God the animal, the Brotenu, Abiara Mabi, Escapa, Yako, Ataka, those wish and make up those, but we should make a little my head. With Shama the Mene, Shra, Shabbat, La Son, Shabbat, like Doro Tamini, Ola, Beni, Bene, Shra, Oti Lola, Kisha Shayomi, Asa, Shadai, Shamai, where to others who by no must be Shabbat, where not fash. Baru Shemeka, Baru Yamaneka, Baru Torateka, Baru Kurishateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Lolam Wahe, Baruch Shem Kabo Makuto Lolam Wahe, Baruch Kabo Elohim Bin Kumon Lekayom, Hallelujah Lolam Wahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who restores loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect, for all his ways are just, as a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
This is something that has to be done every week, because this is something that God has ordained. In the beginning of God's creation, the last thing he spoke about was the reverence and the honor that is due to the Lord's Sabbath day. The Sabbath day came about on the seventh day, which comes about every week. So there's rules and regulations to honoring and respecting and not profaning the day. And one of the rules is that you must have a holy convocation. A holy convocation is a holy gathering. What is a holy gathering? A holy gathering is when you speak about holy things. So we cannot have conversations and debates about things that is not considered as holy. What is holy? What does holy mean? It means set aside. It means set apart. And the only thing that will set you apart or set you aside is the honoring of the laws and the commandments of God. Why would you be set apart by honoring these laws? Because what the people do, you cannot do. You are restricted from doing. How these people that we are around think. You don't think that way. You don't move that way. The laws of God separates you from the people that we live amongst. This is why it's very important to read and start taking these laws and commandments and statutes onto yourself. So we're going to go into Numbers chapter 16. I think I put it there already. Look at it. No, we moved it. Numbers chapter 16. Okay, read.
Now Korah, the son of Ishar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi.
Korah was the son of Ishar. Ishar is the son of Kohath. Kohath was the line. They came out of the line of the priests. Okay, Amram, Levi had 3 sons: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. And all 3 sons had different jobs within the priesthood. Some handled the curtains and the rods and this. Some handled the sacrifices. Some handled but they all had different jobs. Okay, go ahead. And Dathan and Abiram,
the sons of Eliab,
and
On, the son of Pelet, sons of Reuben, took men, and they rose up before Moses with certain of the children of Israel.
And they rose up before Moses with certain of the children of Israel. How many?
250 princes of the assembly. Famous in the congregation, men of renown.
Famous in the congregation, men of renown. What is men? What do they mean by men of renown? These was chief men. These were princes, chief men, men with status. And this is why this is why God always came down on the head and the leadership. Because the leaders and the heads and the princes and the chiefs were the ones that turned the people away from God. They was the ones that led them astray. Tom She.
And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said unto them, Ye take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation
He
are
said,
holy.
man, you take too much upon yourself, seeing the who?
All the congregation.
Seeing all the congregation is holy. Right? We're at verse 3. He said, you take too much upon yourselves, seeing all the congregation are holy. Yeah, we all holy, but we all had a purpose. Each and every one of them had a job. I cannot go to get into this one's job. You can't do my job. All right, go ahead, read.
Every one of them, and the Lord is among them.
Uh-huh.
Wherefore then lift ye up yourselves above the congregation of the Lord. Mm-hmm. And when Moses heard it, he fell upon his face.
When Moses heard it, he fell upon his face. Fell upon his face and prostrated himself before God. Because the people are in an uproar now. They're in an uproar. Go ahead, read.
And he spake unto Korah and unto all his company, saying, Even tomorrow the Lord will show who are his and who is holy, and will cause him to come near unto him. Even him whom he had chosen will he cause to come near unto him. See that?
He said, and he spake unto Korah, unto all his company, saying, Even tomorrow the Lord will show who are his, right? Who is holy, and will cause them to come near unto him. Even him unto whom he had chosen will he cause to come near unto him. So when God, how do God cause you to come close? How will God draw you close to him? By the adhering of the laws and the commandments of God. See, God chose certain people for a reason. Mm-hmm. In order for God to choose you, you have to show some type of interest first in God. That's right. That's why when Moses saw that burning bush, it drew his attention. Then when God finally got his attention, then he opened up and spoke to him. You gotta, in order for God to choose you or to learn or to progress in this, you must have some type of interest. You got to show interest. Right. And when you show interest, you got to start putting these things that you know to be lawful and right by God, start putting it into action. Go ahead, read.
Even him whom he had chosen will he cause to come near unto him. This do. Take you census, Korah, and all his company.
A censer is like a small little plate, something to hold the incense in. Right? Go ahead.
And put fire therein.
Put fire therein.
Put incense in.
Put incense in them.
Before the Lord tomorrow.
Before the Lord tomorrow. Why do you use the incense? Because God only chose certain Kohathites. Yeah. The Kohathites was the ones that did the offerings and did the offerings and burnt the incense and did the priestly duty. Right. So now these people are saying that we all are holy. We all can set up incense. No. So now they're going to put it to the test now. He said, okay, everybody get their censers and put incense in them. Now, this is why I don't burn incense in the house. Because incense was only burnt during sacrifices. That's the only time, most of the time when you read in the book, it always speaks about incense being burnt towards sacrifices, to God. Right? Now, I'm going to go to another chapter to show you something. In Isaiah 66, right? You can stay where you at. It said, thus saith the Lord. He said that heaven is my throne. The word for throne, it means seat of honor. That's what God said. He said, my seat of honor is up there. The heavens are my throne, and the earth is my footstool. He said, where's the house that he built unto me, and where's the place of my rest? That was a thought that came to King David to build a house for God. And he realized that there's no house that can contain thee. There's no house that can contain God. He said, but his thought was to have a house that was dedicated to God, That's the reason why you had the mercy seat, and you had the cherubims, and you had the altar, and altar of incense, and all the sacrifices, and everything that went down within this house that was dedicated to God. Okay? He said, for all those things had my hand made, and all those things had been, saith the Lord, but to this man will I look. He said, but to this man, there's a certain type of man that will turn God's attention towards you. That's right. You have to be in a certain manner or in a certain way, right? What can we do to draw God's attention towards us, right? He said, even to him that is poor, right? In the Hebrew, you have the word anah, it means poor or humble. You can't serve God being proud. That's right. You can't serve God having pride in you. That's why the first one he said, in order to do these laws, you got to have a humble spirit. A humble person or a humble man will accept his faults. A humble person will realize that he was wrong. When a person can't realize or accept their faults, that's not humble. And in order to be humble, in order to serve God, we got to be humble. Because you got to acknowledge, first of all, that what I was doing before or in the past, it wasn't right. Right? Humble. And even to him, it said, and of a contrite spirit. A contrite spirit changes. Often change for the better. Right? Change and tremble at my word. Fear. You need fear. Because the only reason why you won't steal is because you're afraid. The reason why you won't violate the laws and the commandments of God is because you must have fear. You got to be afraid to violate God. The same way where a child is supposed to have some fear in them to go against the command of their parents. That's right. Children today don't have that fear in them. No. They don't have that fear. That's why you see children today, how they disrespect and go against their parents and their mother and their father, because they don't fear. They're not afraid to violate and go against their parents' word. Right? He said, he that killeth an ox is as if he slew a man. He that sacrificeth a lamb is as if he cut off a dog's neck. And he that offereth an oblation, an offering, is as if he offereth swine's blood. He that burneth incense is as if he blessed an idol. The word for incense is lebona. It means frankincense. Frankincense, right? You cannot burn. They say he that burneth frankincense is as if he blessed an idol. Now, the word bless, how do you bless an idol? What do they mean by blessing an idol? When you speak good about, right? When you praise or glorify or speak gratefully of, speak good about something that is against God. Yeah. Injustice, things that is unjust. When you bless injustice, people conversate about things that they did, that they do, or they did, and it ain't, and it's against the laws and the commandments of God. Yeah. And people talk good about it. You gotta watch what you speak good about. Go ahead, maybe time she reads.
Verse 7. And put fire therein, and put incense in them before the Lord tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom the Lord doth choose, he shall be holy. Ye take too much upon you.
What verse you at?
Verse 7.
Go ahead, read.
Verse 8 there.
Go ahead.
And Moses said unto Korah, Here I pray ye sons of Levi, seem it but a small thing unto you, that the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel, to bring you near to himself, to do the service of the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to minister unto them. And he had brought thee near to him, and all thy brethren, the sons of Levi, with thee, and seek ye the priesthood also. So
these guys here, God brought these people near to him to do the service of the tabernacle, not to do the priesthood. So now they want to start doing priestly work. Yeah. When that's not a job for them. Go ahead, read.
For which cause both thou and thy company are gathered together against the Lord. And what is Aaron, that ye murmur against him? And Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, which said, We will not come up. Is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of the land that floweth with milk and honey, to kill us in the wilderness?
He said, listen, man, Moses called up Dathan and Abiram. Dathan and Abiram said, man, we ain't coming up. So do you hear what they said? He said, is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of the land that flowed with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness? You know what they're talking about? He said, why you took us out of Egypt to kill us, to bring us here to kill us? And they called Egypt the land of milk and honey because they was in the wilderness of Sinai at that point in time. And God was bringing them through that Sinai Peninsula to test them and put them to test their trust and their belief in God. But they failed. Go ahead, read.
To kill us in the wilderness, except thou make thyself altogether a prince over us. Verse 14. Moreover, thou hast not brought us into a land that floweth with milk and honey, or given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Wilt thou put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up. Moses was very wroth.
Moses was angry.
And said unto the Lord, respect not their offering.
Respect not their offering.
The
word for respect is panah. Panah means to turn to. He said, don't turn towards their offering. And God is not going to turn towards their offering or their prayers because they wasn't accepted. So in order for God to turn towards your prayers or turn towards your offering, you got to be accepted of God. Right. This is why Cain wasn't accepted. This is why Cain wasn't regarded, because he said the Most High did not regard Cain. Right. Therefore, he did not regard his offering. Then when you read further on, he said the Most High regarded Abel, but he did not regard, he regarded Abel and he regarded his offering. So in order for God to hearken to your prayers, I got to be in some type of an acceptance before God, which means I have to live my life righteously, according to the standards that God has set. Go ahead, read.
And Moses was very wroth and said unto the Lord, respect not thou their offering. I have not taken one ass from them.
I didn't take an ass from them.
Neither have I hurt one of them.
Neither have I hurt one of them. Read. I didn't offend them. I didn't do anything to offend them, but they're coming at me like I offended them. Those are the ways of righteous people. Why do we approach people or go at people when there was nothing done offensive towards you? And you know you got people there. What you ask them, what did the person do? They can't answer. Go ahead, read.
And Moses said unto Korah, be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they and Aaron tomorrow. And take every man his censer and put incense in them, and bring ye before the Lord every man his censer, 250 censers, thou also and Aaron, each of you his censer.
See, these people were very close to God. Sin was not as great as it was now. So this is why when people today there's no connection between the people today and God, because we transgress and we sin. We transgress and we sin, and this is what builds that wedge and that distance between you and God, between us and God. Go ahead, read.
And they took every man his censer and put fire in them, and laid incense thereon, and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation with Moses and Aaron. And Korah gathered all the congregation against them unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the congregation. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, separate yourselves
from among this congregation,
that I may consume them in a moment.
See that?
Tear them up one time.
God was gonna wipe everybody out. He was gonna consume everybody. Right? Go ahead and read.
And they fell upon their faces.
Who fell upon their faces? Moses and Aaron. Right? They fell upon their faces
and said, O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh.
He said, oh God, the God of the spirits of all flesh. The God of the spirits of all flesh. That's the God that we serve. That's the God that we serve.
Nobody got that time.
We serve a God of the spirits of all, the God of the spirits of all flesh. Okay? Nobody has that title. No deity has that title. No idol has that title. We serve a God that can't be seen. That's the unseen one. Go ahead.
O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin?
Shall one man sin?
And wilt thou be wroth with all the congregation?
And wilt thou be wroth with all the congregation? You see that? So that dead's about a man dying for the sins of the people.
That's
Right. He said, shall one man sin? And Moses went to God and said, shall one man sin? And
everybody.
You're going to be angry with everybody because of one man? Go ahead, read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the congregation, saying, get you up from about the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And Moses rose up and went unto Dathan and Abiram, and the elders of Israel followed him. And he spake unto the congregation, saying, depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men.
Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men. Read.
And touch nothing of theirs.
Touch nothing of theirs.
Lest ye be consumed in all their sins. So they got up from the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan and Abiram on every side. And Dathan and Abiram came out and stood in the door of their tents, and their wives, and their sons, and their little children. And Moses said, hereby ye shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all these works, for I have not done them of my own mind.
Now look, the wives and the children, they ain't got nothing to do with that. They wasn't the ones that came up with this uproar. It was the fathers. That's why it's substantial. That's why it's very important for fathers to walk uprightly before God, because He will remember your iniquities upon your seed. And some things that's done, God charges, it falls on the whole house. So the head must be right before God, man. If the head ain't right, everything else behind it, it's not good. Go ahead, read.
If these men die the common death of all men, or if they be visited after the visitation of all men.
If these men die the common death of all men, which means they died regular, they end up falling asleep dead or died, or you know what I mean? Go ahead, read.
Then the Lord hath not sent me.
Then he said, if these men die the common death of all men, then God ain't sent me. Go ahead.
But if the Lord make a new thing.
But if the Lord do a new thing.
In the earth. Open her mouth.
And the earth opened her mouth.
And swallowed them up. With all that appertain unto them. And they go down quick into the pit. Then ye shall understand that these men have provoked
Then
the
you're going to understand that these men have provoked God. And he said, if the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up. Everything that appertained to them, everything that belonged to them, the earth opened up. If the earth opened up and swallowed them up, go ahead, read. Then we're going to know that they have provoked God. Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass, as he had made an end of speaking all these words, that the ground clave asunder that was under them. And the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up and their houses, and all the men that appertained unto Korah, and all their goods. They and all that appertained to them went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed upon them, and they perished from among the congregation. And all Israel that were round about them fled at the cry of them. For they said, lest the earth swallow us up also. And then came out a fire from the Lord, and consumed 250 men that offered incense.
Fire from heaven came down from God and consumed those 250 men.
Talking about they could send up
because they want to set up incense and offerings and sacrifices to God, and that was not their duty. That wasn't their job. Go ahead.
And the Lord spake.
This is why we got to stay away from setting up offerings and burning incense. In order to do these things, you got to have a priest. In order to have a priest, he has to be consecrated. And the priest don't leave the grounds of the temple. So today, we can't have no priest. There is no priest. We don't have any holy water. There's no holy water or baptizing in holy water and all this. Because in order to have holy water, you need to have an altar. Because whatsoever touches the altar is what causes the water to be holy. So therefore, the altar has been what? Hidden. Who hid it? The prophet Jeremiah took the altar, went up into Mount Sinai, and hid that altar inside that mountain. No one else was able to follow him or go up in that mountain to retrieve that altar. Nobody found it. So when you have these stories about, oh, they found the altar, it's not true. It's not true. They didn't find it.
That's right.
Go ahead.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter thou the fire yonder, for they are hallowed.
Even though it was used by wrongful people, but the censers and the fire was still holy. Right. It was still holy. So he had to go pick up all the censers that was in the midst. Go ahead, read.
The censers of these sinners against their own souls, let them make them broad plates for a covering of the altar.
They used the censers for a covering for the altar, read.
And they offered them before the Lord, therefore they are hallowed. And they shall be a sign unto the children of Israel. And Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers wherewith they that were burnt had offered, and they were made broad plates for a covering of the altar, to be a memorial unto the children of Israel, that no stranger, which is not of the seed of Aaron, come near to offer incense before the Lord, that he be not as Korah and as his company, as the Lord said to him by the hand of Moses. But on the morrow, all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, saying, Ye have killed the people of the Lord. And it came to pass, when the congregation was gathered against Moses and against Aaron, that they looked toward the tabernacle of the congregation. And behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord.
The glory of God, you see, the glory of God came down in the cloud, right? Why? Because the people started blaming Moses and Aaron that they killed the people of the Lord. Right? Go ahead, read.
And Moses and Aaron came before the tabernacle of the congregation, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Get you up from among this congregation, that I may consume them as in a moment.
He said, they ain't learned.
Still ain't learned.
You didn't realize what just took place. The earth just opened up. God was the one that swallowed up all these people. They turn around. Look at Moses, telling Moses and Aaron that they was the ones that killed the people of the Lord. Angered God again. So now what God told me, he said, listen, get away from these people, man. They have not realized and understood that this was me. They didn't understand that it was God. Go ahead, read.
And Moses said unto Aaron, Take a censer and put fire therein from off the altar, and put on incense, and go quickly up into the congregation, and make an atonement for them. For there is wrath gone out from the Lord.
The wrath of God done went out.
The plague
has begun. So now, what happened now? This was something that Moses couldn't stop. They bowed down, they prayed. Listen, God wasn't listening.
Listen to him. It was sent out.
So now the plague went out. The only ones that could have stopped that was Aaron. Aaron had to take up a censer, right, with incense. It was there's different concoction for different meaning. For different meaning. Fire from the altar. Right? So then he took that to do what?
Go quickly unto the congregation, make an atonement for them. For there is wrath going out from the Lord, the plague is begun. And Aaron took as Moses commanded, and ran into the midst of this congregation. And behold, the plague was begun among the people. And he put on incense and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed. Now
the plague that was running through,
dropping,
and people, it was like a wave. People was dropping dead. And the only thing that could have stopped that was that concoction of incense that Aaron had put together. The death angel stopped right there because they gave respect to. He made that atonement for the people, and they gave respect. Another part of the book said he respected the holiness to the Lord. That plate, right? The 4 robes was that ephod, and the long glorious robe. And they realized that he represented God. Right. Those angels realized that that this priest represented God. So they didn't get above their breeches to keep going. Go ahead, read.
And Aaron took as Moses commanded, ran into the midst of the congregation, and behold, the plague was begun among the people, and he put on incense and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed. Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned unto Moses, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the plague was stayed.
Go to Jeremiah chapter 13.
It was dropping. It was dropping like flies.
Instantly.
Instant shot.
Damn.
Jeremiah chapter 13.
13.
Mm-hmm. God.
Thus saith the Lord unto me, go and get thee a linen girdle.
Get thee a linen girdle.
And put it upon thy
The
loins.
a girdle was something that covered your loins, your loin area, your front and your back. Remember, this is what Adam and Eve, when they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and they was aware, they became aware that they was naked. See, before they ate the tree of knowledge of good and evil that was in the midst of the garden, they was not aware that they was naked. They was not aware of, they wasn't aware of both sides of the coin. They didn't know what nakedness was.
Fully oblivious. That's right.
Okay? So when they became aware, they made girdles to cover the front and the back, to cover their loin area. Right? Go ahead.
Go and get thee a linen girdle, put it upon thy loins, and put it not in water.
Don't put it in water.
So I got a girdle.
According to the word of the Lord.
And put it on my loins.
And put it on my loins.
And the word of the Lord came unto me the second time, saying, take the girdle that thou hast got, which is upon thy loins, and arise, go to Euphrates, and hide it there in the hole of the rock. So I went and hid it by Euphrates, as the Lord commanded me. And it came to pass, after many days, that the Lord said unto me, arise, go to Euphrates, and take the girdle from thence, which I commanded thee to hide there. Then I went to Euphrates and digged, and took the girdle from the place where I had hid it. And behold, the girdle was marred. It was profitable for nothing.
So now, he was told to take the girdle, right? Take the girdle, which is upon your loins, go to the Euphrates, and hide it there in a hole in the rock. When it speaks about the rock, it's talking about a mountain. He said, so I went, I hid it by the Euphrates as the Lord had commanded. I'm at verse 6. And it came to pass after many days that the Lord said unto me, arise, go to Euphrates and take the girdle from thence. Take the girdle from thence, which I command thee to hide there. Right? Then I went to Euphrates and digged and took the girdle from the place where I hid it. And behold, the girdle was marred, and it was profitable for nothing. Okay? Marred. The girdle was marred. Shakat, meaning destroyed, corrupt, ruined. Now, this is a sign, not like a sign. God is using this marred up girdle as an example of a people that he's talking about. Okay? Right? He's making comparison. He's going to make a comparison. I'm at verse 8. He said, then the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, read.
Thus saith the Lord, after this manner will I mar the pride of Judah and the great pride of Jerusalem.
God is comparing this marred up girdle to the nation of Israel. So the word for marred, shakat, it means number one, to be ruined, right? To damage irreparably. And when you damage irreparably, you don't make repairs. You don't make repairs. You're not going to make no repairs. When you're making repairs, it means to what? To betake oneself, to return and make good with God. You make the corrections with yourself. That is not right. You got to make, in order to make corrections with yourself, I got to be in the book. These are the standards that God commanded us to live by. This is how you're going to find out and learn what I need to correct with myself. We got to, in order to make corrections with yourself, you got to realize that you are at fault with God. But we refuse to realize that we're at fault with God. Okay, so therefore, there's no corrections to be made with yourself. So you can't improve with God. So therefore, all you're going to do is stagnate yourself. Right? To betake oneself means what? To commit yourself to God, to return and make good with God, with the Creator. Okay? It also means to corrupt or to ruin, right? Frustration, to induce feelings of discouragement. You're going to be discouraged. You're not going to have no interest in doing these laws. Mm-hmm. You ain't going to show no interest in doing these laws, right? Failure to perform expected action, right? A sudden calamitous event bringing great damage and loss or destruction. Go ahead, read.
Verse 10.
Read.
This evil people.
He said, this evil people. This is what God is talking about, his people. And why God took these people to himself. Because he went into covenant and agreement with Abraham. Because of that covenant and agreement with Abraham, he took these people to himself. And when God took these people to himself, I have to give these people holy laws. Because there were ways in these people that had to be changed. All right? Go ahead.
This evil people.
He said, this evil
which
people.
refuse to hear my words.
Which refuse to hear my words. Read.
Which walk in the imagination of their heart.
Which walk in the imagination of their own heart. Which means what? You refuse to change your mental, the way you think. You refuse to change the things that you have accepted. You refuse to realize that the things I have accepted to be right is not right according to what God says. And this is why people refuse to change the stubbornness of their own heart. Go ahead, read.
And walk after other gods.
And they walk after other gods.
To serve them.
To serve
and
them.
To worship them.
To worship them.
Shall even be as this girdle, which is good for nothing.
Tom sheet.
For as the girdle cleaveth to the loins of a man, so I have caused to cleave unto me the whole house of Israel, and the whole house of Judah, saith the Lord. But they might be unto me for a people, and for a name, and for a praise, and for a glory. But they would not hear. Therefore thou shalt speak unto them this word. Thus saith the Lord God of Israel.
He said, for the girdle cleave it to the loins of a man. So have I caused to cleave unto me the whole house of Israel. Right? To house of Israel and the whole house of Judah, saith the Lord, that they might be unto me for a people, and for a name, and for a praise, and for a glory. But they would not hear. Go ahead, read.
Therefore thou shalt speak unto them this word. Thus saith the Lord God of Israel. Every bottle shall be filled with wine. And they shall say unto thee, do we not certainly know that every bottle shall be filled with wine? Then thou shalt say unto them, thus saith the Lord, behold, I will fill the inhabitants of this land, even the kings that sit upon David's throne, and the priests, and the prophets, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with drunkenness. And I will dash them one against another.
And I will dash them one against another. Right? The word dash, it means to disperse or scatter. If we know history, that took place already. Why? Because we refuse to adhere to the commandments of God. So therefore, yes, he did scatter us. We was brought over from Africa on ships. And all those spots was ports, was stops where they came and dropped off slaves. Came, dropped off some here. Keep coming, dropped off. The last stop was the Americas. The last stop was here. Go ahead, read.
And I will dash them one against another, even the fathers and the sons together, saith the Lord. I will not pity, nor spare, nor have mercy, but destroy.
He said, I'm not going to have pity, nor spare, nor mercy, because there come a point in time in life where the mercy and the pity and the spirit, it ran out. God had much pity and spared us and had pity upon us and mercy. And we never acknowledged our offense with God and changed. Go ahead, read.
Hear ye and give ear. Be not proud.
He said, hear ye and give ear. Be not proud.
For the Lord has spoken.
The Lord has spoken.
Give glory to the Lord your God before he caused darkness.
He said, give glory to the Lord thy God before he calls you to what? before he caused darkness. Don't wait until calamity and things happen in your life to turn towards God, to turn towards his laws, his commandments, and his statutes. Why do we wait until something happens? Why we can't realize that what we've been doing was unlawful and not godly, and realize that we need to change and start bringing about some type of changes with ourselves. Go ahead. But we always wait until it's too late. Yeah. Go ahead, read.
And before your feet stumble upon the dark mountains, and while ye look for light, turn it into the shadow of death. And
before your feet stumble upon what?
Upon the dark mountains.
Stumbling block. You know what a stumbling block is? An obstacle. An obstacle to distract you or pull you away from God. An obstacle that will detour you away from God. Go ahead, read.
And while he looked for light, he turned it into the shadow of death, and make it gross darkness. But if ye will not hear it, my soul shall weep in secret places for your pride. He said,
but if you will not hear it, my soul shall weep in secret places for your pride.
And mine eyes shall weep sore, and run down with tears, because the Lord's flock is carried away captive. Say unto the king and to the queen, humble yourselves, sit down, for your principalities shall come down.
For your principalities shall come down. The word come down means to decline. What is your principalities? Right? What's your principality? Your principalities is your standards. Your standards and your dominion. Right? Your dominion is your supreme authority. You know what supreme? That's not regular authority. You know what your supreme authority is? Remember when Joshua stopped the sun? Remember when Joshua, he was at war with, I forgot what nation he was at war with the Canaanites or one of them, and the sun was going down. It was the 6th day, and he stopped the sun, commanded the sun to stop, because the Sabbath's coming in. I got to hurry up and get this war done, get this done, finish this, and get back. Yes, we had supreme authority over the constellations in heavens, elements of heavens. They was able to stop the sun, and God hearkened to them and stopped it.
Sun, stand down still.
And the sun stopped at a point in time. Why? Because they was right with God. You don't know. He said, God, he said, look. Go ahead, read. You said, now it said dominion, right? Supreme authority, standards. Your standards, something set up and established by authority as a rule, a structure that was built by God. Right? Go ahead, read.
For your principalities shall come down, even the crown of your glory. The cities of the south shall be shut up, none shall open them. Judah shall be carried away captive, all of it. It shall be wholly carried away captive. Lift up your eyes and behold them that come from the north. Where is the flock that was given thee, thy beautiful flock? What wilt thou say when he shall punish thee? For thou hast taught them to be captains, and as chief over thee. Shall not sorrows take thee as a woman in travail? And if thou say in thine heart, wherefore come these things upon me? For the greatness of thine iniquity are thy skirts discovered, and thy heels made bare. Can an Ethiopian change his skin?
Can an Ethiopian change his complexion or change his skin? No.
Or the leopard his spots?
Or the leopard his spots. Can a leopard change his spots? Go ahead.
Then may ye also do good.
Then may ye also do good.
That are accustomed
to doing evil. He said, then may ye be able to do good that is accustomed to do evil. No. Now, what you mean by accustomed? To make familiar through use or experience or practice, to become a habit or habitual. You can break a habit in how many days? He said 30 days. You can break a habit. You don't tell me, oh, it's a habit. No, you these are habits that you want to keep, that you refuse to break. This is why the word practice, when you said practice, and practice become perfect. Anything you practice become habitual. So when it becomes a habit, you feel out of place doing anything other than what you're supposed to be doing. Right? To train means to direct the growth of, to form by instruction, discipline, and drills. Drills is when you do something repetitively. I got to do this over and over and constant, because you're training yourself to do something that is lawful and right by God. Yes, you got to put yourself through these trainings because your spirit is not accustomed to this. Your spirit is not accustomed to this. Go ahead, read.
Therefore, I will scatter them as the stubble that passeth away by the wind of the wilderness. This is thy lot, the portion of thy measure from me, saith the Lord, because thou hast forgotten me and trusted in falsehood. Therefore will I discover thy skirts upon thy face, that thy shame may appear.
Okay, let's go to Proverbs 30. Proverbs 30, and the pages will be what page? What is that? Okay. You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, read.
Proverbs chapter 30. The words of Agur, the son of Yake.
The words of Agur, the son of Yake.
Even the prophecy.
The prophecy.
The man spake unto Ithiel, and even unto Ithiel and Ukah. Surely I am more brutish than any man.
What is brutish? Brutish, the Hebrew word for brutish is ba'ar, means bore. Bore or incentive. Incentive means a person with no emotions.
That was brutish.
With no emotions. You cannot serve God being a person with no emotions, because you're not gonna have no feelings. You will disregard. When a person don't have no emotions, I will disregard you, and I do things to hurt you, not regarding that what I'm doing, I'm hurting you. No guilt. All right. Go ahead, read.
And have not the understanding of a man.
And when a person is ignorant, he lacks consideration for others. He don't consider people. He don't consider others. He don't consider that what I've done, what I'm doing, I'm offending this person or I'm offending the other. Go ahead, read.
I neither learned wisdom, nor have the knowledge of the holy, who have descended up into heaven.
He said, I neither learned wisdom, nor have the knowledge of the holy. Go ahead, read.
Who have descended up into heaven, or descended?
Who you have known that went up into heaven and came back down? Nobody.
Who have gathered the wind in his fist?
Who had gathered the wind in his fist?
Who had bound the waters?
Who had bound the waters in the garment? Can you gather wind in your hand? No, you can't hold wind. You can't hold water in the garment or on the shirt. Go ahead.
Who hath established all the ends of the earth? What is his name? What is his son's name, if thou canst tell?
Can't tell. Read.
Every word of God is pure.
That's right.
He is a shield unto them.
He said, who had gathered the wind? When it said the wind, it means ruach. It means a spirit, right? Now, the ruach and the breath of life is two different things. Nishmat, the word for breath of life is nishmat. It's the spirit of life. That's the spirit that animates the body that God put inside of Adam and Eve, inside of us to animate our body.
That's not your soul.
That's right. Go ahead, read.
Every word of God is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in them.
He said, every word of God is pure. Right. It's proven to be true. Go ahead.
And add thou not unto his words, lest he reprove thee, and thou be found a liar. Two things have I required.
Add thou not unto his word, lest he reprove thee, and what?
And thou be found a liar.
People read the book and want to put their own twist, their own ands, ifs, but, what they think. It ain't about what you think. It's about what you read in here. Right. What you read and what it says. And we have to learn to keep it that way. We can't explain and put our twist to it to fit your crooked mentality. Your twisted mentality and how you think. Go ahead, read.
2 things have I required of thee.
He said, 2 things have I required of thee.
Deny me them not.
He said, deny me them not before I die.
Remove far from me vanity and lies.
Remove far from me vanity and lies, falsehood, untrue. Because a falsehood is untrue statements. You're saying statements that is not true. You have no proof. Go ahead.
Give me neither poverty nor riches.
He said, give me neither poverty nor riches. Don't make me poor and don't make me rich.
Feed me with food convenient.
Feed me with food convenient for me, sufficient for me.
Lest I be full and deny thee. And
you know,
say,
when people become rich, it changes. They change. They change. And this is why this person has realized that, listen, don't make me rich. He said, lest I deny thee and forget who you are, forget God. Most people get rich and forget God. Go ahead, read.
Lest I be full and deny thee and say, who is the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my God in vain. Accuse not a servant unto his master.
He says, slander not a servant unto his master. Right? Slander is when you defame when you defame a person's character. You say things about a person that's untrue. That's not true. Read.
There is a generation that curseth their father.
There's a generation that curseth their father. That's this generation. That's this generation. This generation don't consider their parents, their father and their mother. And they talk to them in any type of way.
That's a new thing.
I think they're on the same level.
No, you're not on the same level with your parents. He said there's a generation that curseth their father. The word is qualel. Qualel means slight. When you look up slight, it means to neglect. When you look up neglect, it means to give little attention to. When you give little attention to your parents, you're not around. You got to be attentive to your parents when they get of age. Because they need your help. So you got to be around.
Not in a different state.
Tom C.
In a different state.
That's right.
There is a generation that curseth their father.
And doth There's not a generation that curseth his father.
And doth not bless their
and
mother.
Talk about bless their mother. How do you bless your parents? You speak good about them. To speak gratefully of. To confer prosperity or happiness upon. Okay, read. Barek also means to kneel. You know, our forefathers kneeled and bowed before our parents. That's utmost respect for them. Go ahead, read.
There is a generation that are pure in their own eyes, and yet is not washed from their filthiness.
There is a generation that are pure in their own eyes. A person that is pure in their own eyes cannot be corrected. When a person tells you that you're wrong and you're doing wrong or against what God said, you're not going to acknowledge that because you're pure in your own eyes. Read.
There is a generation, oh, how lofty are their eyes, and their eyelids are lifted up. There is a generation whose teeth are as swords.
There is a generation, oh, how lofty are their eyes. Lofty means arrogant. When you're arrogant, your arrogant demeanor is your behavior towards others. Goes into your behavior towards other people. Go ahead.
There is a generation whose teeth are as swords, and their jaw teeth as knives, to devour the poor from off the earth and the needy from among men. The horse leech had 2 daughters.
He said the horse leech has 2. What is a leech? A leech drains the substance of a person. Drains your substance, right? Go ahead.
The horse leech had 2 daughters crying, give, give. There are 3 things that are never satisfied.
There are 3 things that's never satisfied.
Yea, 4 things say not, it is enough. The grave.
The grave. It ain't never satisfied. There's always enough room and space to bury a monkey. A person dead, they'll find some space to put you. The grave never says enough. They don't have no more space. There's always space. Read.
And the barren womb.
The barren womb. The barren womb was a womb that can't conceive, can't get pregnant.
The The earth that is not filled with water.
The earth that is not filled with water is always water. You dig deep enough, you're going to find water. Go ahead, read.
And the fire that saith not, it is enough.
The fire, once you continue to add wood and you keep putting wood in the fire, it's going to keep burning. Which means we can pacify and we can ignite without the words of our own mouth. You can pacify certain things with your action, the things that you do, and you can ignite it. Go ahead, read.
The eye that mocketh at his father.
The eye that mocketh at his father. What is the word for mocketh? He said til'ag, la'ag. It means to deride, means to laugh at, means to joke at, means to ridicule, to make fun of, to mock, to disappoint the hopes of, to defy. When you defy your contrary, your opposite to your parents. Go ahead, read.
And despise it to obey his mother.
And despise it to obey his mother.
The ravens of the valley shall pick it out, and the young eagles shall eat it.
Which means what? When the ravens of the valley is picking you, picking on you, you dead. You dead in the street somewhere, and you get fed. You're getting fed off. Animals is eating and feeding off your body. Go ahead.
There be three things which are too wonderful for me.
There be three things which are too wonderful for me.
Yea, for which I know not. The way of an eagle in the air.
The way of an eagle in the air. You ever saw an eagle in midair? How they're just sitting right there in midair. They ain't flying, they're just sitting right there. Beautiful sight. Go ahead, read.
The way of a serpent upon a rock.
The way of a serpent, a snake, upon a mountain. Notice that they, no matter how high they go, they slid up, they don't fall off that mountain. Go ahead.
The way of a ship in the midst of the sea.
The way of a ship in the midst of the sea. Read.
And the way of a man with a maid.
And the way, what verse is that?
Verse 19.
Okay. It said in the way of a man with a maid. What is a maid? The word maid is alma. Alma means a young woman. A young woman. That's right. A young woman. No, alma is young woman. A virgin is betula.
Oh, okay.
Right. Why I made that? Why I made that? Why I spoke about that? Because you ever saw a man that been with a woman that he been with for years, man. I got 20, 30 years with him. Boom, 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 right? The next thing he go and find him a woman twice younger than him. He act differently because the woman is younger. That's why I said, and he's going to treat her differently.
That's a fact.
That's why it says the way of a man with a young woman.
That's a fact. That's right.
Yeah, it's different. Go ahead, read.
Such is the way of an adulterous woman.
Such is the way of an adulterous woman.
She eat it and wiped in her mouth and said, I have done no wickedness.
You can't accept your fault that you done committed adultery. Adulterous woman. He said, man, you married woman, and you done went and committed adultery. You wiped your mouth and said, man, I didn't violate. I didn't do nothing. You want to accept your fault. Go ahead.
For three things, the earth is disquieted.
For three things, the earth is disquieted. Read.
And for four, which it cannot bear.
And
For a servant when he reigneth.
For a servant when he reigneth. A servant, he's a servant. A servant being a king, he's running stuff now. Go ahead, read.
And a fool when he is filled with meat.
And a fool when he's filled with what?
With meat.
With meat, with bread. Read.
For an odious woman when she is married. And a handmaid that is heir to
what is an odious? What does odious mean? Right? The word odious is senua. It means a hateful woman. For a hateful woman when she is married, and a handmaid for that is heir to her mistress.
There be four things which are little upon the earth, but they are exceeding wise. The ants are a people not strong, yet they prepare their meat in the summer.
Now, what would cause a woman to be hated on? Why would a man hate this woman? Because she's going against
Yeah.
She's going against. So it's not going to bring no love there. It ain't going to be no favor. It's not going to be no grace there because you're going against the authority. You're going against the head. So therefore, what? Instead of love, he's going to despise you. He's going to hate you.
Get away from me.
Go ahead, read. And the handmaid that is heir to her mistress, Tamshi.
There be 4 things which are little upon the earth, but they are exceeding wise.
There be 4 things that is little upon the earth and exceeding wise. Go ahead, read.
The ants are a people not strong, yet they prepare their meat in the summer.
You ever saw a bunch of ants during the summer? The ants come out, they get their food. That's what they out doing the whole summer. Getting food, going back into their rock. Because in the wintertime, you ain't gonna see no ants. Wise people. Wise. The ants are wise, read.
The conies are but a feeble folk, yet make they their houses in the rocks.
Conies are feeble, right? He said, but the only thing that's gonna stand is by us living inside that mountain. You ain't gotta worry. Whatever goes down, ain't no harm coming to them in that mountain. That's right. Go ahead, read.
The locusts have no king, yet go they forth, all of them by bands. The spider taketh hold with her hands, and is in king's palaces. There be 3 things which go well, yea, 4 are comely in going. A lion, which is strongest among beasts, and turn it not away for any. A greyhound, and an he-goat also, and a king, against whom there is no rising up. If thou hast done foolishly in lifting up thyself, or if thou hast thought evil, lay thy hand upon thy mouth. Surely the churning of milk bringeth forth butter, and the wringing of the nose bringeth forth blood. So the forcing of wrath bringeth forth strife.
Go to Judges chapter 13. Judges chapter 13. That's right after Joshua.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. You got up the truth.
I know the book. Chapter 13.
Chapter 13. Go ahead, Thompson.
And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord delivered them into the hand.
And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of God. Right? And what happened?
And the Lord delivered them into the hand of the Philistines 40 years.
And the Lord and God delivered them into the hands of the Philistines for 40 years. All right? For captives, to be slaves, to be subjected under another nation. Realize one thing, that when we do things that is contrary or opposite to God, right? When we do things that is contrary and opposite to God, right? The Most High subject us under rules, under a different government. Under strangers.
Yeah, they gonna run you.
Right? So, and this is the same thing what took place now and today. This is why we ended up over here in the Americas. This is why we ended up migrating into Africa. And when we migrated into Africa, we took on Hamitic customs. We took on the customs of these Africans. Now, life did not begin in Africa. And this is what people was telling us. This is what people, all our life began and started in Africa. No, life didn't begin in Africa because the Garden of Eden was not in Africa. The Garden of Eden is in Asia. Jerusalem is in Asia.
That's correct.
Right? When people started expanding into these regions was after the flood.
Right.
After the flood, when God destroyed the earth, right, by water, then Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem stayed in the continent of Asia. Ham migrated into Africa. Ham migrated into Africa, and Japheth migrated into Europe. When they went into Europe, then the generations, they started going into cold regions. Then their skin color, they started to lose the melanin in their skin, and their hair got thinner. Nobody was born white. No one was born white. That complexion came about when they moved into the cold region. People was taught that this book is white people. No, this book had nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with that.
Was all black.
All black people. Right? So, and see, and there was a certain man of Zohari.
And there was a certain man of Zorah, of the family of the Danites, whose name was Manoah. And his wife was barren.
His wife was barren. So Manoah had a wife. His wife could not have children. His wife couldn't conceive. This was the desire of all women. That's why Leah and Raquel was going neck to neck, battling, going back to back with each other, trying to raise up seed and have children for Jacob. And when one couldn't have a child, they would go and snatch their handmaid. Here, have a child by them, because they also followed after the law of the servitude. Now, the law of the servitude was when you have a handmaid. If my wife have a handmaid, right, and I take my handmaid to give to my husband to have a baby, then the baby belongs to me. That's the laws of the servitude. That's God's law. We cannot look at these laws and say it's not fair. It ain't fair to you, but it's acceptable by God. And mind you now, these are the people that God accepted and drew God's attention towards them because of their lifestyle, because of how they lived. Go ahead, read.
And his wife was barren and bare not.
His wife was barren and she didn't bear not.
And the angel of the Lord appeared unto the woman.
You see that? It said the angel of God appeared unto the woman. Right? Go ahead.
And said unto her, behold now, thou art barren and bearest not.
He said, behold now. He said, thou art barren and bearest not.
But thou shalt conceive and bear a son.
But thou shalt conceive and bear a son.
Now therefore beware, I pray thee, and drink not wine.
Drink not wine.
Nor strong drink.
Don't drink strong drink.
Eat
not wine nor strong drink. Strong drink was like intoxicating liquids. Strong liquor, right? Go ahead.
And eat not any unclean
And don't eat nothing unclean.
For lo, thou shalt conceive and bear a son.
Thou shalt conceive and bear a son.
And no razor shall come
and
on
no
his
razor
head.
shall come upon his head.
For the child shall be a Nazarite.
For the child shall be a Nazarite unto God from the womb. Okay, a Nazarite. That's the word Nazir. Nun Zayin Yod Resh. Nazir. A Nazir means consecrated, devoted to. So now this man, this child that this woman is going to have is who God is going to use to deliver the nation of Israel from out of the hand of the Philistines. All right? All of this was to provide an occasion. Everything that went down in this man's life was to provide an occasion against the Philistines. Go ahead, read.
For lo, thou shalt conceive and bear a son, and no razor shall come on his head.
Verse 5, right? Go ahead. Thou shalt conceive and bear a son.
And no razor shall come on his head.
No razor shall come on his head.
For the child shall be a Nazarite.
For the child shall be a Nazarite unto God from the womb.
And he shall begin to deliver Israel out of the hand of the Philistines.
He was chosen by God from the womb. He was chosen by God from the womb to do a job, to deliver the nation of Israel out of the hand of these Philistines. Go ahead, read.
Then the woman came and told her husband.
So now, after the angel appeared unto the woman, she went back and told her husband. She went and told her husband what went down, what happened. Go ahead.
A man of God came unto me, and his countenance was like the countenance of an angel of God. Very terrible.
Yeah, she said, it was nothing nice. Right? He said, a man of God came unto me. And his countenance was like the countenance of an angel of God. Very terrible.
That's how the angels.
He wasn't pretty.
Not pretty.
He wasn't pretty. It wasn't appeasing appearance. No. It was very terrible. It was a appearance that was put fear in you. That was the appearance of the angels of God. He said, but I asked him not whence he was. Neither told he me his name. So he didn't tell me where it came from. Neither did he reveal to me his name. Okay, go ahead, read.
But he said unto me, behold, thou shalt conceive and bear a son, and now drink no wine. So
now this is what the angel of God told me. He said, I'm going to conceive and bear a son. And now drink no wine, nor strong drink, neither eat any unclean thing, for the child shall be a Nazarite to God from the womb to the day of his death. Go ahead, read.
Then Manoah entreated the Lord and said, O my Lord, let the man of God which thou didst send come again unto us, and teach us what we shall do unto the child.
So Manoah is the woman's husband. He turned towards God and treated God and said, please allow this man to come back to us to tell us the instructions, what we should do with this child. Right? Go ahead.
And God hearkened to the voice of Manoah. And the angel of God came again unto the woman as she sat in the field. But Manoah, her husband.
The angel of God appeared unto the woman while she's in the field sitting down. While she's sitting down by herself.
But Manoah, her husband, was not with her.
Her husband wasn't with her. Right?
And the woman made haste and ran and showed her husband and said unto him, behold, the man hath appeared unto me that came unto me the other day. And Manoah arose and went after his wife and came to the man and said unto him, art thou the man that spakest unto the woman?
He said, art thou you the one that spoke to the woman?
And he said, I am.
He said, I am.
And Manoah said, now let thy words come to pass.
He said, let your words come to pass.
How shall we order the child?
How shall we order the child?
And how shall we do unto him?
How shall we do unto him?
And the angel of the Lord said unto Manoah, of all that I said unto the woman, let her beware.
Of all, you see, even the angel of God, you didn't go up. Look, they gave respect to the Creator, to the laws of God. He said, allow your wife to do this thing.
That's what it means.
Which means if the husband did not allow, he said, listen, I don't want her doing it. It's dead.
Yeah, it's dead. Yeah.
It's dead. Yeah. Because God ain't gonna go against the rules and the authority of what of the husband. You can't command my wife to do something and I don't want her to do it. So he said, he went to it, he said, allow your woman to do these things.
She may not eat of anything
that cometh of the vine.
Neither let her drink wine nor strong drink.
Neither let her drink wine or strong drink.
Nor eat any unclean thing. All that I commanded her, let her observe. And the Lord said unto the angel of the Lord, I pray thee, let us detain thee until we shall have made ready a kid for thee.
He said, let us detain thee so that we can make ready a kid. Right? That's a young goat. Read.
And the angel of the Lord said unto Manoah.
Look what the angel of God told Manoah.
Though thou detain me.
He said, though you detain me, if I stay,
I will not eat of thy bread.
I'm not going to eat of your bread.
And if thou wilt offer burnt offering.
And if you offer a burnt offering.
Thou must offer it unto the Lord.
Offer it to God. Don't offer your offerings to me. I don't want that. Those are what's dedicated to the Creator. They didn't take the praises and the things that was dedicated to God to themselves. So he's like, yo, listen, you're going to send up an offering. Offer it to the Most High. Go ahead, read.
For Manoah knew not that he was an angel of the Lord.
He didn't know that he was an angel of God.
But Manoah said unto the angel of the Lord, what is thy name?
He said, what's your name?
That when thy sayings come to pass, we may do thee honor. And the angel of the Lord said unto him, why askest thou thus after my name, seeing it is a secret?
Why do you ask my name, seeing it is secret?
So Manoah took a kid with a meat offering and offered it upon a rock unto the Lord. And the angel did wondrously. And Manoah and his wife.
So while they're doing an offering to God, right? He said the angel did wondrously. Look what the angel did.
For it came to pass when the flame went up toward heaven.
When the flame went up towards heaven, while they're doing the offering, you got the smoke and the flame is going up towards heaven. Go ahead.
From off the altar.
From off the altar.
That the angel of the Lord ascended in the flame of the altar.
Jumped in the
God
fire.
went right into the fire and went up.
Jumped in the fire. It's time to go.
Go ahead, read.
And Manoah and his wife looked on
and
fell on their faces
to the ground. Then that's when they found out and realized that this guy here that we was talking to all this while was an angel of God.
They
went, sent up an offering to God. The angel went and leaped into the fire and ascended up into heaven. Go ahead.
For it came to pass, when the flame went up toward heaven from off the altar, that the angel of the Lord ascended in the flame of the altar. And Manoah and his wife looked on it and fell on their faces to the ground. But the angel of the Lord did no more appear to Manoah and to his wife. Then Manoah knew that he was an angel of the Lord. And Manoah said unto his wife, we shall surely die.
We're going to die.
For we have seen God.
He said, we have messed around and seen God.
But his wife said unto him,
look what his wife told him.
If the Lord were pleased to kill us, he would not have received a burnt offering.
If God was going to kill us, he would not accept our offering.
That's right. That's right.
You see how the Most High deals? Which means if we are not accepted of God, then it's either we are accepted or we are on a road for destruction.
That's right.
In order to get ourselves accepted of God, we got to do the things that is lawful and right by God. We got to do the things that God accepts of us and expect of us. Right? Go ahead.
Neither would he have showed us all these things.
Neither we have showed us all these things.
Nor would, as at this time, have told us such things as these. And the woman bare a son, and called his name Samson. And the child grew, and the Lord blessed him. The Spirit of the Lord began to move him at times in the camp of Dan between Zorah and Eshtaol.
So that son that woman had was Samson. Right? Go ahead, read.
And Judges 14. And Samson went down to Timnath and saw a woman in Timnath of the daughters of the Philistines. Samson
went down to Timnath and saw a woman in Timnath of the daughters of the Philistines. Now the reason why he had a connection, or why he wanted the daughters of the Philistines, it was because to provide an occasion against the Philistines. There was a reason why all this transpired and happened, because Samson was used to deliver the nation of Israel out of the hand of the Philistines. Go ahead, read.
And he came up and told his father and his mother and said, I have seen a woman in Timnath.
He said, man, I seen a woman in Timnath.
Of the daughters of the Philistines.
Of the daughters of the Philistines.
Now therefore get her for me to wife. Then his father and his mother said unto him,
he said, now therefore get her for me to wife. You see the order that was took place? I didn't go and snatch your daughter and took her to myself without getting the consent from the father or approval from the parents. I didn't go and snatch your daughter without approval, because guess what? When we did it right, when we did it in any other form or fashion, then it wasn't accepted by God. Then you're going to mess around and have children that are bastards. Then you're going to mess around and have children that God is not going to be accepted, because the marriage and the union wasn't accepted. That's right. No root. Tamshi.
Then his father and his mother said unto him, is there never a woman among the daughters of thy brethren, or among all my people, that thou goest to take a wife of the uncircumcised?
He said, don't you have women amongst your own people to take a woman? He said, why you go looking at the Philistines? But he didn't know that this was of God. Read.
And Samson said unto his father, get her for me, for she pleaseth me well. But his father and his mother knew not that it was of the Lord, that he sought an occasion against the Philistines. For at that time the Philistines had dominion over Israel. Then went Samson down and his father and his mother to Timnath, and came to the vineyards of Timnath. And behold, a young lion roared.
They went down to Timnath. Next thing, they meet a lion. Lion start roaring against them. Go ahead.
And the Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon him, and he rent him as he would have rent a kid.
To rent means to rip. When the Spirit of God come upon you, you have exceeding strength. And that's what took place with Samson. Abnormal strength. The strength that this man had, he was able to tear that lion in pieces. With his hand, a piece of paper. That's right. Go ahead, read.
As he would have rent a kid, and he had nothing in his hand. But he told not his father or his mother what he had done. And he went down and talked with the woman, and she pleased Samson well.
He went down to talk with the woman. She pleased Samson well. Read.
And after a time, he returned to take her, and he turned aside to see the carcass of the lion. And behold, there was a swarm of bees and honey in the carcass of the lion.
So now, after he done tore the lion in pieces, he turned back around and look, the lion had honey inside the carcass, inside the dead carcass, which means what? The lion is an unclean animal. The honey was inside the carcass of the lion. The uncleanness from the lion, or the uncleanness, didn't transfer over, didn't make the honey unclean. Go ahead, read.
And he took thereof in his hands and went on eating, and came to his father and mother, and gave them, and they did eat. But he told not them that he had taken the honey out of the carcass of the lion.
Read.
So his father went down unto the woman, and Samson made there a feast, for so used the young men to do.
He made a feast. He made a little banquet. He's getting married. He got a woman coming. He's getting married. So he made a little banquet, a little feast. All right, go ahead, read.
And it came to pass when they saw him that they brought 30 companions to be with him. And Samson said unto them, I will now put forth a riddle unto you. If you can certainly declare it me within the 7 days of the feast and find it out, then I will give you 30 sheets and 30 change of garments.
He said, if you can declare this riddle, he said, I will give you 30 sheets and 30 change of garments. Read.
But if you cannot declare it me, then shall you give me 30 sheets and 30 change of garments. They said unto him, put forth thy riddle, that we may hear it. And he said unto them, out of the eater came forth meat, and out of the strong came forth sweetness. And they could not in 3 days expound the riddle. And it came to pass on the 7th day that they said unto Samson's wife, entice thy husband, that he may declare unto us the riddle, lest we burn thee and thy father's house with fire.
You heard what they told. Now, mind you, now the woman that he married is a woman of the Philistines. So they went to Samson's wife and said, listen, entice your husband and find out the meaning of this riddle. And if you don't find out the meaning of this riddle, we're gonna burn you, your father's house, and everything that belongs to you. Everything gonna die. Go ahead, read.
Have you called us to take that we had? Is it not so? And Samson's wife wept before him and said, thou dost but hate me and lovest me not.
She using tactics. She said, Samson, she said, man, you don't love me. You don't love me. He said, like, why? Oh, because you don't love me, because, man, you expounded a riddle and you hiding it from me. What that tell you? Husband and wife, they hide nothing from each other. They went and they shared everything together. Everything was shared. I told you, expounded to you. You came and let me know certain things, and we didn't use it against each other.
That's trust.
That's trust between a husband and a wife. That's why God said, man, a husband and a wife is one. A husband is able to tell his wife certain things that she'll never tell her children. He said, nah, your husband told me boom. He said, but my husband told me about this and this and this, but don't worry about it. I ain't telling you. They keep that to themselves.
That's right.
Because number one, it could be either two things. By me telling you this, now you're going to have a different outlook.
Right.
So, and I don't want you to look at this man in that manner. So I hold that. That's a connection between husband and wife, man. And that's why she looked and said, listen, man, you hate me. He said, why you hate me? He said, because, man, you expounded a riddle and you ain't tell me. Go ahead, read.
And he said unto her, behold.
Look what he told her. He said, behold, right?
I have not told it my father nor my mother.
He said, listen, what makes you think you're special? He said, I ain't tell my mother and my father.
And shall I tell it thee?
And you want me to tell you?
And she wept before him the 7 days.
7 days. 7 days. She in his ear about this riddle. 7 long days. Go ahead.
While their feast lasted. It was a long feast. And it came to pass on the 7th day that he told her, because she lay sore upon him. And she told the riddle, and she told the riddle to the children of her people. And the men of the city said unto him on the 7th day before the sun went down, what is sweeter than honey, and what is stronger than a lion?
He said, what is sweeter than honey, and what is stronger than a lion? That's the riddle.
And he said unto them, if ye had not plowed with my heifer, ye had not found out my riddle.
If y'all ain't mess with my woman,
He said, if you ain't play with my heifer, why he said heifer? Because a heifer is a female cow. But that was the slang back then. Right? He said, if you ain't play with my heifer, if you ain't mess with my heifer, he said, you wouldn't have found out my riddle.
Speaking of
Go ahead, read.
And the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he went down to Ashkelon and slew 30 men of them, and took their spoil, and gave change of garment. The Spirit of God came upon Samson, went down to Ashkelon. Ashkelon was a city in Philistine city. Went down there, the Spirit of God came upon him, and he slew 30 men, took 30 change of garments, and took their spoil. Go ahead, read. And gave change of garments unto them which expounded the riddle.
He still got you. Yeah. Kill some.
Go ahead, read.
And his anger was kindled, and he went up to his father's house. But Samson's wife was given to his companion, whom he had used as his friend. Go ahead. Judges 15. But it came to pass within a while after, in the time of wheat harvest, that Samson visited his wife with a kid. Samson, time of wheat harvest, he pops up on his wife with a kid. Right? Go ahead, read. And he said, I will go into my wife into the chamber, but her father will not suffer him to go. Now he going to see his wife. The father stopped him. He said, nah, you can't come in here. Go ahead, read. And her father said, I verily thought that thou hadst utterly hated her. He said, man, I thought you hated her. Why he said that? Why he said that he thought Samson hated his wife? Therefore I gave her to thy companion. Is not her younger sister fairer than she? You know why he told him that? Because Samson nowhere to be found. He done disappeared. I don't know how long he stayed away, but he been away for a while. So the father got the power to null the marriage. So he took the father has that power to null that marriage. So he took the daughter, and gave it to someone else. Go ahead, read. Therefore I gave her to thy companion. Is not her younger sister fairer than she? Take her, I pray thee, instead of her. And Samson said concerning them, now shall I be more blameless than the Philistines, though I do them a displeasure. And Samson went and caught 300 foxes. 300 foxes. And took firebrands. And turned tail to tail, and put a firebrand in the midst between two tails. So he took 300 foxes, tied firebrands to their tail, and let them loose in the field. Read. And when he had set the brands on fire, he let them go into the standing corn of the Philistines, and burnt up the shocks, and also the standing corn, with the vineyards and the olives. And the Philistines said, who had done this? And they answered, Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnite, because he had taken his wife and given her to his companion. And the Philistines came up and burnt her and her father with fire. The Philistines came up, burnt her and her father with fire. Well, read. And Samson said unto them, though ye have done this, yet will I be avenged of you. And after that I will cease. And he smote them hip and thigh with a great slaughter. And he went down and dwelt in the top of the rock Etam. Then the Philistines went up and pitched in Judah and spread themselves in Lehi. And the men of Judah said, why are ye come up against us? And they answered, to bind Samson are we come up, to do to him. His own people came to bind him and tie him up to give him up to the Philistines. Read. Why are you come up against us? And they answered, to bind Samson, or we come up to do to him as he had done to us. Then 3,000 men of Judah went to the top of the rock Etam and said to Samson, knowest thou not that the Philistines are rulers over us? What is this that thou hast done unto us? He said, man, don't you know that the Philistines are rulers over us? He said, man, the things that you're doing, you're going to cause these people to uprise against us, to come against us. Read. And he said unto them, as they did unto me, so I have done unto them. And they said unto him, we are come down to bind thee, that we may deliver thee into the hand of the Philistines. And Samson said unto them, swear unto me that you will not fail upon me yourself. You will not fall. That you will not fall upon me yourselves. He said, all right, you're going to give me up? He said, but don't fall on me. Go ahead, read. And they spake unto him, saying, no, but we will bind thee fast and deliver thee into their hand. But surely we will not kill thee. And they bound him with 2 new cords and brought him up from the rock. And when he came into Lehi, the Philistines shouted against him, and the Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon him, and the cords that were upon his arms became as flax that was burnt with fire, and his bands loosed from off his hands. And he found a new jawbone of an ass, and put forth his hand, and took it, and slew 1,000 men therewith. And Samson said, with the jawbone of an ass, heaps upon heaps, with the jaw of an ass have I slain 1,000 men.
A jawbone of an ass slew 1,000 Philistines. Read.
And it came to pass, we had made an end of speaking, that he cast away the jawbone out of his hand, and called that place Ramath Lehi.
Read.
And he was sore athirst, and called on the Lord, and said, Thou hast given this great deliverance into the hand of thy servant, and now shall I die for thirst, and fall into the hand of the uncircumcised? But God clave a hollow place that was in his jaw, and there came water thereout. And when he had drunk, his spirit came again, and he revived. Wherefore he called the name thereof En-Hakkor, which is in Lehi unto this day. And he judged Israel in the days of the Philistines 20 years.
Read.
Then went Samson to Gaza, and saw there a harlot, and went in unto her.
Now, the word for harlot is not a harlot. He didn't go into a harlot. The word has Isha. He said he saw there a woman. He said, when Samson to Gaza and saw there a woman, and went in unto her.
And it was told the Gazites, saying, Samson is come hither. And they compassed him and laid.
So now Samson is with his woman, right? The Philistines compassed and surrounded him. Go ahead, read.
And laid wait for him.
And laid wait for him all night at the gate of the city.
And were quiet all the night, saying, in the morning when it is day, we shall kill him. And Samson lay till midnight, and arose at midnight, and took the doors of the city of the gate, and the 2 posts, and went away with them, bar and all, and put them upon his shoulders, and carried them up to the top of a hill that is before Hebron.
You know what the gates of the city, the gates of the city is taller than this building. It's he picked up the whole gates of the city and walked with it. Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass afterward that he loved a woman in the valley of Sorek.
And it came to pass that he loved the woman in the valley of Sorek,
whose name was Delilah.
Whose name was or is Delilah. Now, when you look up, Delilah, she betrayed. Delilah, the definition of Delilah means to weaken. To weaken.
Wow.
She weakened
her purpose.
Her purpose was to weaken Samson. She betrayed Samson for material gain. Right? Go ahead, read.
And the lords of the Philistines came up unto her and said unto her, entice him and see wherein his great strength lies.
He said, entice him and find out where's his strength at. Where all this strength come from? Read.
And by what means we may prevail against him, and we may bind him to afflict him. And we will give thee, every one of us, 1,100 pieces of silver. And Delilah said to Samson, tell me, I pray thee, wherein thy great strength lieth, and wherewith thou mightest be bound to afflict thee. And Samson said unto her,
tell me, I pray thee, where your great strength lieth, and what?
And wherewith thou mightest be bound to afflict thee.
That should have rang a bell.
Well, he asked him the weakness.
He said, where's your weakness? Why you want to find out this man's weakness?
What's the key to your power?
The key to your power. What's your duty? Go ahead, read.
And Samson said unto her, if they bind me with 7 green whips.
If they bind me with 7 green whips.
That would never dry.
That was never dry. Those green
real long,
like vines.
Real long vines.
Right.
Then shall I be weak and be as another man. Then the lords of the Philistines brought up to her. Verse 8.
Go ahead.
Then the lords of the Philistines brought up to her 7 green whips, which had not been dried. And she bound him with them.
She bound him with them.
Now there were men lying in wait, abiding with her in the chamber. And she said unto him, the Philistines be upon thee, Samson. And he brake the whips as a thread of tow is broken when it toucheth the fire. So his strength was not known. And Delilah said unto Samson, behold, thou hast mocked me and told me lies.
She said, behold. She said, man, you done mocked me.
Yeah.
So when you mock a person, you lie to him. There's many forms
Many
to
ways.
mock someone, many ways to mock somebody. So when you lie, you mock me. My father used to say that all the time. But why you mocking me? I said, no, I ain't mocking you. He said, yeah, you just lied to me.
You lied to me. You got me here looking stupid now.
Go ahead, read.
Tell me, I pray thee, wherewith thou mightest be bound.
He said, tell me wherewith thou mightest be bound.
And he said unto her, if they bind me fast with new ropes that were never occupied,
never used,
then I shall be weak.
Tie me up with ropes that's never used, and I shall be weak and be as another man.
Delilah therefore took new ropes and bound him therewith. And said unto him, the Philistines be upon thee, Samson. And there were liars in wait abiding in the chamber. And he brake them from off his arms like a thread. And Delilah said unto Samson, hitherto thou hast mocked me and told me lies. Tell me wherewith thou mightest be bound. And he said unto her, if thou weavest the 7 locks of my head with the web.
Take my 7 locks and tie it down with a web. Read.
And she fastened it with the pin. And said unto him, the Philistines be upon thee, Samson. And he awaked out of his sleep and went away with the pin of the beam and with the web. And she said unto him, how canst thou say I love thee when thine heart is not with me? How you gonna tell me you love me? He said, but your heart is not with me. This is
your heart ain't with me. Go ahead, read.
Thou hast mocked me these 3 times and hast not told me wherein thy great strength lies. And it came to pass when she pressed him daily with her words and urged him.
Urged him and pressed him daily. Every day she's on him and on him and on him. Go ahead, read.
So that his soul was vexed unto death. That he told her all his heart and said unto her, there have not come a razor upon my head. For I have been a Nazarite unto God from my mother's womb. If I be shaven, then my strength will go from me, and I shall become weak and be like any other man. And when Delilah saw that he had told her all his heart, she sent and called for the lords of the Philistines, saying, come up this once, for he has showed me all his heart. Then the lords of the Philistines came up unto her and brought money in their hand. And she made him sleep upon her knees. And she called for a man, and she caused him to shave off the 7 locks of his head. And she began to afflict him. So she put him to lay down, laying on her knees, fell asleep. She called one of the Philistines to come and shave off his head, shave off all his locks. Go ahead, read. And she began to afflict him. Then she began to afflict him. And his strength went from him. And she said, the Philistines be upon thee, Samson. And he awoke out of his sleep and said, I will go out as other times before and shake myself. And he wished not that the Lord was departed from him. He didn't realize that God has departed away from him. Go ahead, read. But the Philistines took him and put out his eyes and brought him down to Gaza. The Philistines took him and blinded him. Took him into Gaza, one of the cities of Philistines, bounded him and put him where? And bound him with fetters of brass. And he did grind in the prison house. Put him to work while he's blind. That's where the Gaza Strip is at. That's right. While he's blind, they put him to work. Go ahead, read. Howbeit, the hair of his head began to grow again after he was shaven. Then the lords of the Philistines gathered them together to offer a great sacrifice unto their God. And now the word that they have there is Dagon, right? Dagon is a fish. It means a fish. They had a fish god, a fish deity. Go ahead, read. And to rejoice. For they said, our God had delivered Samson, our enemy, into our hand. And when the people saw him, they praised their God. For they said, our God had delivered into our hands our enemy and the destroyer of our country, who slew many of us. And it came to pass, when their hearts were merry, that they said, call for Samson, that he may make us sport. So while they're partying, right, they called for Samson to make joke of him, to make sport, read. And they called for Samson out of the prison house, and he made them sport. They set him between the pillars. They set him between 2 pillars. The pillars is what hold up the house. Go ahead, read. And Samson said unto the lad that held him by the hand, suffer me that I may feel the pillars whereupon the house standeth, that I may lean upon them. Now the house was full of men and women, and all the lords of the Philistines were there. And there were upon the roof about 3,000 men and women that beheld while Samson made sport. And Samson called unto the Lord and said, Oh Lord God, remember me, I pray thee.
He said, oh Lord God, he said, remember me. He said, I pray thee. Go ahead,
and strengthen me.
He said, strengthen me.
I pray thee only this once, O God, that I may be at once avenged of the Philistines for my 2 eyes.
For my two eyes. Read.
And Samson took hold of the 2 middle pillars upon which the house stood, and on which it was borne up, of the one with his right hand and of the other with his left. And Samson said, let me die with the Philistines. And he bowed himself with all his might. And the house fell upon the lords, and upon all the people that were therein. So the dead which he slew at his death were more than they which he slew in his life. Then his brethren and all the house of his father came down and took him, and brought him up, and buried him between Zorah and Eshtaol, in the burying place of Manoah his father. And he judged Israel 20 years.
And go to Proverbs chapter 16. Well, before you go to Proverbs 16, go to Proverbs chapter 15. Go to 15, and then we're going to go to Proverbs 16. Got it?
Yeah, Proverbs 15. A soft answer turneth away wrath.
A soft answer turneth away wrath. If I answer you harsh, it's going to increase my anger. But when you answer softly or pleasantly, it's supposed to turn away wrath. It's supposed to pacify a person's anger. But we got to realize these words that we read in here worked with righteous people. Sometimes you answer a person softly and they get more vigorous and more angry. And then you got to answer them according to the way they answered you. Because you got to be aggressive. Go ahead, read.
But grievous words stir up anger.
Grievous words stirs up anger. What are grievous words? Hurtful words. Hurtful and painful words. So there are certain words and hurtful words that you can say to annoy or irritate someone, to stir their anger, to make them angry. You can say things to make a person angry. Go ahead, read.
The tongue of the wise useth knowledge aright.
The tongue of the wise useth knowledge aright. They know when to say it. They know when to speak it. They know when to voice it. There's a certain time when we should voice certain things. And there's a certain time when we shouldn't voice certain things. Go ahead, read.
But the mouth of fools poureth out foolishness.
The mouth of fools pour out foolishness. The mouth of fools say things and they say it and they voice it, and it ain't the time. Sometimes it ain't time to say it. He said, "No, this ain't the time right now." Well, a foolish person don't give regard to time. Go ahead, read.
The eyes of the Lord are in every place, beholding the evil and the good.
He said, the eyes of the Lord are in every place, watching everything, beholding and observing the evil and the good. The things that we do that is evil, and the things that we do that is good. Go ahead, read.
A wholesome tongue is a tree of life, but perverseness therein is a breach in the spirit.
A wholesome tongue. You know what a wholesome tongue is? A soothing tongue. Right? Now, what is a soothing tongue? A soothing tongue reduces pain, discomfort, calms you down. You know what to say to calm the person down. It said a soothing tongue, a wholesome tongue is a tree of life. He said, but perverseness and crookedness therein is a breach in the spirit. Perverseness and crookedness leaves a breach in the spirit. What is a breach? A breach is an opening. A breach is an opening in your spirit. And when you have this opening in your spirit, then it allows wickedness, evil thoughts to go in and out. So we do things, we can do certain things that leaves a breach in our spirit. Leaves an opening for iniquity and transgression and wickedness to come in. Right? He said, a fool despises his father's instructions. You got to be a fool to despise the instructions of your father. Your father instruct you and you despise it by going against what your father done told you. Right? He said, but he that observed or regarded reproof is prudent. Reproof is chastisement or reprimand, right? Right? Now, prudent is a person, when a person is prudent, he governs and disciplines oneself. You govern and discipline yourself by acknowledging your fault with God, acknowledging that what I did was wrong. Oh, the thoughts that came here that I thought about, it was wrong. Even though sometimes you may have went through with it, but you acknowledge
What you did,
what I did was wrong. And that's a person that is prudent.
Mm-hmm.
That's a person that's prudent. We gotta start acknowledging our faults with God. Mm-hmm. We gotta start acknowledging our faults when it's regarding each other. Mm-hmm. Why is it so hard for a person to acknowledge what you did against this person is wrong? Mm-hmm. Go ahead, read. I'm my bad. He said, in the house of the righteous is much treasure. Right? He said, but in the revenues of the wicked is trouble. Mm-hmm. Right? In the house of the righteous is much treasure, much provision. But in the revenues of the wicked is trouble. The lips of the wise disperse knowledge. The lips of a wise man always give knowledge. Knowledgeable words, wise words. He said, but the heart of the foolish do it not so. The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to the Lord. The sacrifice of a wicked man is not accepted of God. The prayers of a wicked man is not accepted of God. Uh-huh. So therefore, you shouldn't want everyone or everybody praying for you.
That's right.
I don't want everybody praying for you because I don't know your standards with God.
That's right.
I don't know how you stand with God. Why? Because everybody know who God is. And they read it, but they don't bind their soul by the commandments and the laws and the statutes of God. They choose what they want to do.
That's right.
I'll do this, but then over there, I ain't ready to do this yet.
That's right.
God ain't going to wait until you're ready to accomplish a law.
That's right.
All right? It says, the sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to the Lord, but the prayer of the upright is his delight. The way of the wicked is an abomination unto the Lord, but he loveth him that followeth after righteousness. Uh-huh. It said the way of the wicked is an abomination unto God. Right? He said, but he loveth him that followeth, that pursues righteousness. Correction is evil, grievous unto him that forsaketh the way. You can't correct every and then. You try to correct an evil person. The person that you're correcting is not going to accept it because he has already forsook and abandoned God. Mm-hmm. So if a person abandoned the ways of God and forsook the ways of God, you think he's going to accept you correcting him?
Absolutely
telling
not.
him that he's wrong and he shouldn't do this and shouldn't do the other?
Absolutely not.
And then we turn around and look and say, man, well, I didn't forsake God. I didn't abandon God. Yeah, you have abandoned God by abandoning his laws. Mm-hmm. He said correction is Greek. Hell and destruction are before the Lord. How much more then the hearts of the children of men? Right? He said, a scorner loveth not one that reproveth him. The scorner is one that goes against the correction.
He denies it.
He denies the rejection, the correction, right? He said, neither he will go unto the wise. A merry heart maketh a cheerful countenance. A merry heart is a person that's happy. A happy heart, a person that's happy, he's going to have a cheerful countenance. It's going to show in his face. He said, but by sorrow of the heart, the spirit is broken. By the sorrows and the stress that you're going through, it's going to show that your spirit going to be broken. He said, the heart of him that hath understanding seeketh knowledge, but the mouth of fools feedeth on foolishness. All the days that are afflicted are evil, but he that is of a merry heart had a continual feast. Better is a little with fear of the Lord than great treasures and trouble therewith. Uh-huh. He said, better is a little. I got a little, I ain't got much,
But
you fear God.
But I know God.
But you know who God is.
Yeah.
Than the one that have much and don't have no fear in God.
That's a fact.
He said, better is a dinner of herbs where love is than a stalled ox and hatred therein. A wrathful man stirred up strife. A person that's always angry and aggravated and that's the same dude that stirs up trouble. That's the guy that stirs up. Those are the ways of a wrathful or angry person. They stir up trouble. They stir up wrath. Right? He said, the way of the slothful man is an edge of thorns, but the way of the righteous is made plain. Go to chapter 16. I'm going to skip that. Go to chapter 16. The preparation of the heart in man, right? The preparation of the heart in man. The word preparation, it means to regulate your heart. When it speaks about the heart, it speaks about the mind, right? Now, how do I regulate and prepare my heart? I prepare my heart according to the standards of God, according to the standards that God has set. Yes, we got standards that we need to set ourselves and regulate ourselves accordingly, right? He said the preparation of the heart of man and the answer of the tongue is from God. All the ways of man are clean in his own eyes. Mm-hmm. All the ways of man are clean in his own eyes. How is my ways clean in my own eyes? I won't accept that what I was taught or how I was thinking is wrong.
It's wrong.
You always look to justify yourself in whatsoever you're doing. You're not looking to accept and acknowledge that what I've done was contrary and wrong according to what God says. Right? He said, but the Lord weigheth the spirit. The word for weigheth is tokang, means to govern and direct according to law. When God weighs the spirit, he governs and directs you according to the laws and the commandments of his laws. He said, commit thy work. Commit thy work. Commit your doings unto the Lord. And thy thoughts shall be established. So when you commit yourself to God, he's gonna regulate your thoughts. God is gonna make sure he regulate your thoughts and the things that formulate in your mind, in your head. Because sometimes we get thoughts that is contrary and opposite to God. Sometimes we get thoughts that is not right. And then you look at a person and say, man, why are you thinking that way, man? Why do you think that way? He said, the Lord had made all things for himself. Right? The word for himself is ma'aneh. It means for its purpose. God had made all things for its purpose. The sun has a purpose. The moon has a purpose. Right. Everything that God created has its own purpose. Okay? He said, yeah, even the wicked for the day of evil. God used wicked people to do wicked and evil things. He's not going to use a righteous man to do something evil. He said, everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination. Is an abomination to the Lord. Right? Though hand join in hand, he shall not be unpunished. Proud in heart. When it speaks about the heart, it speaks about the mind. Proud thoughts, right? He said, by mercy and truth, iniquity is purged. By mercy and truth, iniquity can be atoned for. When it speaks about purge, you can make atonement for your iniquities just by being merciful and truthful. Mm-hmm. He said, and by the fear of the Lord, men depart from evil. Only by the fear of God, you will depart and pull away from the things that is unlawful by God. Mm-hmm. But if you don't have no fear, then you ain't going to depart. You're not going to stop doing what you're doing. When a man's ways please the Lord, he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him. See, your ways is completely opposite than the laws of God. Right. As we read the book, the Most High continuously always say, Amend your ways. Amend your ways. Change your ways. He said, better it is a little with righteousness than great revenues without right.
Mm-hmm.
A man's heart devises his way. A man's thoughts tells you his ways, tells you how the person is. He said, but the Lord will direct his steps. A divine sentence is in the lips of the king. The king give a sentence, you can't go against that sentence. You ain't no going against that sentence. He said his mouth transgress it, not in judgment. Whatever he sentenced or whatever he declared is sanctioned, is accepted, even by God. All right? He said, a just weight and balance are the Lord's. All the weight of the bags are his works. They didn't deal with things that is unjust. A just weight, just balance, right? When the just weight is what? They weighed everything that they sold. If they're selling grains, they're selling flour, or they're selling anything, they had weights, 10-pound weight, 20, 30. So the 10-pound weight was not, they had 10-pound weight. You're not going to have 10 pound, but then it's not really 10, it's 5. Those are called unjust weights, unjust balance. And those are things that God don't delight in. He said, it's an abomination to kings to commit wickedness, for the throne is established by righteousness. Yes, it's detestable and hateful for a king to commit wickedness because you was put here in righteousness. You was consecrated here to be a king, to rule a nation of people in righteousness. But here you go, committing abominations. Righteous lips are the delight of kings, and they love him that speaketh right. The wrath of a king is as messengers of death, but a wise man will pacify it. A wise man, a person that's wise, he always trying to pacify and calm things down. That's what the righteous does. The first thing they try and seek out is peace. Try and pacify certain things before we go into war or go into battle or anything. You're going to try and pacify and relinquish the situation. He said, in the light of the king's countenance is life, and his favor is as the cloud of the latter rain. How much better is it to get wisdom than gold, and to get understanding rather to be chosen than silver? The highway, the way of the upright is to depart from evil. He that keepeth his ways guards his soul. Preserve his soul, guards your soul. So in order, when we keep the ways of God, you're guarding your soul against evil and wickedness. Mm-hmm. All right? Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. So before you get knocked down, before you get hit, knocked down, your pride is going to be on this height. You're going to be full of pride. He said, better than it is to be of a humble spirit with the lowly than to divide the spoil with the proud. He that handleth a matter wisely shall find good. And whoso trusteth in the Lord, happy is he. Because there's certain ways that you can handle certain matters that will pacify certain things. He said, the wise in heart shall be called prudent, and the sweetness of the lips is increased learning. Understanding is a wellspring of life. Unto him that hath it, but the instructions of fools is folly. The heart of the wise teacheth his mouth, added learning to his lips. Pleasant words are as an honeycomb, sweet to the soul and health to the bones. There is a way that seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. You may think you're doing the right thing, but when you reach the end of the situation, it's death.
That's the whole world.
It said, he that laboreth for himself. When I go to work, I don't work to pay you. I work for myself, and you work for yourself. He that laboreth for himself, for his mouth craveth it of him. An ungodly man diggeth up evil. This book shows us the ways of ungodly people. It said an ungodly man dig up evil. This happened 20 and 30 years ago. It was pacified. It was talked over. It was done. Now, this ungodly person has brought up what happened 15 and 20 years ago. That's what the ungodly does. That's what the ungodly does. And in his lips, there is as a burning fire. A froward man soweth strife. What is a froward man? A froward man goes against the things that is lawful and right. A man that is against, he sows up strife. He starts strife. He starts trouble. And a whisperer separated chief friends. The word for whisperer, it means mischief maker. A person that starts trouble, cause trouble. This person that causes trouble separates two friends. He said, a violent man entices his neighbor. A violent man entices his neighbor, persuades his neighbor into doing something that he was not going to get into and do until you came to him and told him. You put the barrier in his back and lead him into a way that is not good. He shutted his eyes to devise froward things. Moving his lips, he bringeth evil to pass. The hoary head is a crown of glory, right? What is the hoary head? A person that has a hoary head is a person with his head all the way white, full of gray. That's the hoary head. He said the hoary head is a crown of glory. If it be found in the way of righteousness. Only if it's found in the way or in the path of righteousness. He that is slow to anger is better than the mighty. And he that ruleth his spirit than he that taketh a city. The lot is cast into the lap, but the whole disposing thereof is of the Lord. Okay, let's cut that and let's go. Let's go into the law. Let's go into Exodus chapter 23.
Thou shalt not raise a false report. Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness.
It says, what is a false report? He said, thou shalt not raise a false report. Lo tisa shema. You should not hear or raise a false report. A false report is lies. That's what a false report is. You came to me with lies. And now I'm sitting here listening to it without asking
Inquisition.
or without inquiring if what you're telling me is truth. He said, I should not raise a false report.
Put not thy hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness.
Put not thy hand with the wicked. I can't be with the wicked to be on the side of. I can't join you in your wickedness. I can't support you in your wickedness. And the things that you decided to do, and it ain't right by God, I can't side with you in that. Because it ain't right. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil.
Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. The multitude always is evil. The multitude is just doing evil. The majority. I can't follow them in doing the things and following after these people. Go ahead, read.
Neither shalt thou speak in the cause to decline after many to rest judgment.
Don't speak in the cause to decline after many to rest judgment. What is rest judgment? Rest judgment means to change. I can't speak in the cause to change the judgment. Okay, read.
Neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause.
He said, don't countenance a poor man in his cause, in his matter. Read.
If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again. If thou see
he said, if y'all meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again. We had asses, we have oxes, we had sheep, we had lambs. So an ass or ox ended up wandering away from the barn or where he's at. I gotta bring that ass back. I gotta return it to him. Go ahead.
If thou see the ass of him that hated thee lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help him.
He said, if you see the ass of him lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help him. The ass was burdensome animals. Mm-hmm. Those were animals that you can load up with whatever you need to load up with and do your traveling with. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you may overload the animal. So the animal, once it's being overloaded, it ain't going nowhere. He ain't gonna move. It's too much on him. You gotta take some of that burden off so that the animal ain't moving nowhere. If the animal need help in his burden, what makes you think people don't need help with their burden? Mm-hmm. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not rest the judgment of thy poor in his cause.
He said, don't rest the judgment of the poor in his cause. He said, don't change the judgment because he's poor. All right? The poor man always get done wrong because he ain't got nothing. He don't have what people respect, which is money. So because he's poor, they look down on him. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not rest the judgment of thy poor in his cause. Keep thee far from a false matter.
Keep thee far from a false matter. Anything that is false, I stay away from it. We got to stay away from it. What is a false matter? What are false matters? What are things that are false? Mm-hmm. Scams. Mm-hmm. Credit card scams. Mm-hmm. I come and start doing things with your account and I end up wiring money from your account to this account. White collar crimes. Swiping. All these things we got to stay away from. Go ahead.
And the innocent and righteous lay down not.
The innocent and the righteous lay down not.
But I will not justify the wicked.
God said, he said, I'm not going to justify the wicked, man. He said, don't slay the innocent and the righteous. The innocent and righteous is innocent. Right? They're not at fault. But we turn on the innocent and righteous to uplift and save a wicked person, all because of what he has. Mm-hmm. He got money. Go ahead, read.
For I will not justify the wicked. And thou shalt take no gift. For the gift blinded the wise and perverted the words of the righteous.
The word for gift, it means also a bribe. Don't take a bribe. Because people send you and give you gift to change. Mm-hmm. To change your outlook. Or to change your words. Mm-hmm. To change your judgment. So I give you gift. And that was a natural reaction. A person that's always giving you and looking out for you, you ain't going to want to tell them, oh, it's wrong, man. You're going to let them slide. Right. So that's what God said. He said, don't take the gift. Don't take no bribe. Because the bribe is going to change your words. It's going to pervert your words. Read.
Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for you know the heart of a stranger.
He said, don't oppress a stranger. He said, because you know the heart of a stranger. That's the give. The stranger that's amongst us. He said, don't oppress the stranger because you should know the heart of a stranger. How?
We were strangers.
We were strangers in the land of Egypt. Mm-hmm. We were strangers to the Egyptians. Mm-hmm. And we got oppressed in Egypt. Mm-hmm. So therefore, because you know what it is or how it is to be oppressed, you don't do it to this person. Uh-huh. You don't do it to this person. See, once we read these laws, we will realize that all these laws tells us and instructs us of how we should treat one another. What I should do to you and what I shouldn't do to you. And vice versa. Go ahead, read.
6 years thou shalt sow thy land and shalt gather in the fruits thereof.
6 years you should sow your land and gather in the fruits thereof.
But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still.
We even had laws of the land. He said 6 years you sow the land, you plant, and you gather. He said, but the 7th year, you leave it. Lie still. Don't pluck and take nothing. Mm-hmm. Because every time we pluck and glean and take, guess what? it takes strength for that tree to push more out. Yeah. So that's why God said there's a certain year, on the 7th year, you leave it and let it rest. Because you can't overwork the land. Work the land like that. How, read?
Let it rest and lie still, that the poor thy people may eat, and what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and with thy olive yard.
The only ones that was permitted to eat during that time was the poor. The poor, the beasts of the field. Okay, go ahead, read.
6 days shalt thou do thy work.
6 days thou shalt do thy work.
And on the 7th day thou shalt rest.
7th day thou shalt rest. God gave us 6 days to do whatsoever you wanted to do. He said, but the 7th day is mine. The 7th day is my day. He said, honor and respect me on this day.
That's right.
Do not profane this day.
That's
and
right.
when we read the book tells us the do's and the don'ts, what we should not be doing on the Sabbath. All right? Go ahead.
That thine ox and thine ass may rest.
That your ass and your ox may rest. So what that mean? They wasn't jumping up on the animals to travel. Okay, read.
And the son of thy handmaid.
They didn't let them out to go work the field. It said, and the son of thy handmaid
and the stranger
may be refreshed. There was no serving going on. The servants, the handmaid and the maid and the men servants didn't go around still serving the man, serving their master. That didn't happen. I'll read.
And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect.
Be circumspect.
And make no mention of the name of other gods.
Make no mention of the name of other gods.
Neither let it be heard out of thy
mouth. So, people, look, you cannot mention the names of other deities and idols.
Talk about it.
All right? Because you're giving them glorification. You're making recollection. You're making remembrance of these deities. So now God said, he said, don't make no mention of these gods, of these deities. Don't even say their names.
Who's on the cross?
3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year.
3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year.
Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread.
The feast of unleavened bread. Notice it did not say Passover.
No, it didn't.
Because it was only one Passover that happened. And that was when we left out of Egypt, when the death angel passed over Egypt and killed the firstborn of the Egyptians. That was the Passover. It's called the Feast of Unleavened Bread. All right, Kagmatzot.
Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days as I
commanded
commanded.
7 days as I commanded thee.
In the time appointed of the month Abib. For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before thee empty. And the feast of harvest. The first fruits of thy labor.
The first fruits of thy labor.
Which thou hast sown in the field. And the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. 3 times in a year, all thy males shall appear before the Lord.
There was 3 appointed times where we had to appear before God. And the appearance was in Jerusalem. We can't appear in Jerusalem, all right? Because we was thrust out because of us being wicked and hard-headed and stubborn against God. All right? So the 3 appointed times was the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Weeks, and the Feast of Booths. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread. Neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not seethe a kid in his mother's milk.
Thou shalt not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. To seethe means to boil. You don't seethe a kid, a young goat, in the milk of his mother. Read.
Behold, I sent an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice.
He said, I sent an angel before thee to do what? To keep thee in the way. Right? Which I have prepared. Beware him, obey his voice, provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. The angel does not have the mercy that God has. The angel don't have that compassion that God has. He was only sent here for one objective.
Destroy.
One objective. Go ahead, read.
But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thine enemies,
to your enemies,
and an adversary unto
and an adversary to your adversaries.
Mine angels
well, all we got to do is obey God. Then once we obey God, then whoever come up against you, God gonna fight for you. God gonna go up against them. Go ahead.
For mine angels shall go before thee and bring thee in unto the Amorites and the
Hittites,
and the
Perizzites, Canaanites,
the Hivites, and the
Jebusites,
and I will cut them
off. Those are all Hamitic nations. Right? Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works.
Thou shalt not bow down to their gods. You shall not worship their gods, nor serve them, nor do the things that they do. When it says do the things that do their works, we can't do what they do. We didn't observe what they observed. We didn't acknowledge what they acknowledged. They acknowledged Thanksgiving. We didn't acknowledge these things.
Talk about it.
We didn't acknowledge Christmas. We didn't acknowledge no New Year. We didn't acknowledge none of these things that they acknowledge. We read the book, and the book tells us what to acknowledge as festivities or festive days.
That's right.
The book tells us that. Go ahead, read.
But thou shalt utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images. And you shall serve the Lord your God, and he shall bless thy bread and thy water. And I will take sickness away from the midst of thee. There shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in thy land. The number of thy days I will fulfill. I will send my fear before thee, and will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come. And I will make all thine enemies turn their backs unto thee. And I will send hornets before thee, which shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before thee. I will not drive them out from before thee in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against thee.
Right.
By little and little I will drive them out from before thee, until thou be increased and inherit the land. And I will set thy bounds from the Red Sea even unto the sea of the Philistines, and from the desert unto the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and thou shalt drive them out before thee. Thou shalt make no covenant with them.
Don't go into no agreement or no covenant with them, nor with their gods.
That they shall not dwell in thy land.
They shall not dwell in your land.
Lest they make thee sin
against me.
For if thou serve their gods, it will surely be a snare unto thee.
And with that, I already got what was bought. I'm going to come down and call up the next speaker, Chief Mika. Let him know.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, and teacher, and my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo, the tribe of Levi. Giving all due respect to chief men, prince men, mothers in Israel, brothers and sisters. I bid y'all to tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
We're going to go to the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 23. These are the laws of God, man. This is our strength. You see that it was asking, where Samson get all that strength from? Your strength comes from doing and performing the commandments. Non-stop.
The fulfillment of the commandments.
Now the strength that you get is not going to be to lift up something heavy, or to be a great warrior, or skilled in sports, or a talent. The strength you're going to get is the strength to keep doing this.
That's right.
To keep doing this
and
to push and to keep pushing. That's because you need strength to do this. Okay, time sheet.
Deuteronomy chapter 23. He that is wounded in the stones or had his private member cut off shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
A man, right? The man is the only one that has the genitals. So if he's wounded in the stones, we know the stones is his testicles, or he had his private member cut off, back then, people would capture people and cut it off. And they would call you a eunuch and castrate you to stop you from having children, stop your line from having children. And then you become a servant forever. Some people got wounded. Accidents happen. Even today, you can get shot there. You know? Back then, they got hit with arrows or something fell. And in any case, once you get damaged in that area, okay, it says, "He shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord." You couldn't come. You couldn't come and do this because, first of all, how you start serving God for a man? Circumcision. The first thing he has to do is get circumcised. But there's nothing there to circumcise now. It's gone. It's not there. So God is not dealing with a person like that. He shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Tom Shee.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
A bastard. Now, what is the definition of a bastard? A bastard is
illegitimate
a child that was born out of bounds of marriage.
A child without a father is fatherless.
That's it. He's just fatherless. It's an orphan. Has nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that at all. But a bastard meaning he got a father.
Yeah.
But they weren't married.
Right.
Okay. She got it out of being a whore, promiscuous. Okay. I'm with this guy right now. We didn't marry, but we linked up. And during the course of our linking up, I got 2 kids.
Bastards.
For this guy.
Bastards.
Right? Now we broke up.
Bastards.
We broke up. He going about his business. He went and got another baby mama. Now I meet up with a new dude.
Getting some
Have
more
a child with him. We never married. These kids are bastards.
The world is full of them.
When a woman gets raped and she keeps the child and that child is born, that's a bastard. Incest.
Bastards.
Blood and blood, family and family, having a child, that's a bastard also. So it's not, your father here, but I don't know what's up with him. Or he left. That doesn't make you a bastard. That was told by in a rap song, and had everybody believing it back in the days. But that's what a bastard is. When a woman is not married and she has a child,
It's a bastard.
Incest, whoredom. What's the other one I just mentioned? Rape. Thank you, brother. Tom Shee.
Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter.
He don't want them in at all. 10 generations later, that's 100 years later. 1,000 years later, you don't want this guy in.
No minutes.
An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Now, these people descend from a man called Lot. Lot was the nephew of Abraham. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Abraham. That was his nephew. And the story went to as he was, y'all know about Sodom and Gomorrah. Y'all heard about that. Y'all heard how God burnt it up with fire. Lot and his wife and his 2 daughters was escaping from that city. And they were told not to look back. And his wife looked back. And she got turned into a pillar of salt. And today, they have her over a road. Okay? In Europe, and they're holding it up with chains so it don't fall on the people because his car is going past there. And if you look real good, you can see it's the shape and form of a woman. And it's been preserved all these years.
You can see
as soon as she turned back, because what she saw, human eyes was not supposed to see. So she turned into a pillar of salt. And they kept running, can't do nothing for her. And went into the mountainous range. And the 2 girls, his daughters, their frame of mind was, everybody on the planet is dead. The destruction that went down, you would think the world is on fire. When Mount Sinai was on fire, the heathens around him, they didn't know what was going on. They was messed up in the head. That's why when the children of Israel came out, they said, those are the people that came out of Egypt, man. Don't let them pass through here. It's like anywhere they at, they mess everything up for the people. So they didn't let them in. And being they thinking that, world is done, we got to make seed. They got their father drunk. Now, see, he didn't know what he was doing. First of all, Noah was not aware that he slept with his daughters. He was drunk.
Lot.
Right or wrong?
Lot, yeah.
I mean, Lot. Lot was drunk.
Said,
then they went and laid with him.
He said he was aware when they went in and when they came out. He wasn't aware.
He wasn't aware.
No. He wasn't
they
aware.
got him drunk first.
Yeah.
They had some heavy stuff.
New one.
Yeah. The one went in the one night, and the next night the other one went in. And each of them had a son. One was named Ammon, another was Moab. And that's where you get these two people from, these two tribes and nations of people. It said, an Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Now, their people, their descendants can't come in either. Even to their 10th generation, they shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever. Or,
because they met you not with bread and with water in the way.
Now, a lot of people teach, because their fathers were bastards. No, that's not why. God didn't say that. No. God said because they did not meet Israel, the Israelites. When the Israelites came out of Egypt, when they came out and they was in their travels and they hit Moab land, they asked them, can we pass through your land? We're not going to take no water. We're not going to let our cattle drink of your water or take any of your grass. We're not going to let them graze nothing. We just pass them through. They were denied aggressively. You know what I mean by aggressively? When they came out to deny them, they came out with swords drawn. So they had to go around. And that took longer. That took years, the route that they had to take. So that is why. See, whatever God say the reason why, we stick to that. It said because they did not meet you with bread and water. They did not welcome you. Back then, when a person is welcomed or you're passing through our land, somebody's going to say, hey, man, sit down for a minute before you pass through, eat some bread, drink some water. He said they didn't meet you like that. That was the meal, bread and water. Yeah. Everybody ate that way. Now, you want to be like these people? Pick one way. This is a way. The way how they ate. Eat bread and water for dinner in your houses. No cooking. No shopping. You save a lot of money. Get yourself accustomed to eating bread and water instead of all the food that we eat that they didn't eat. They didn't eat this stuff we eating today.
Right.
So there's going to come a time where you have to make up your mind to start eating like them.
Wow.
Okay? Bread and water must be accepted. See how easy it is? Because nobody wants, man, eating bread and water. We're going to have this again. We had that for breakfast.
Yeah.
That's the type of minds that God don't want you to have.
Right.
If you have that type of mind, it's going to be hard for you to understand this.
Yeah. I can't eat this every day.
You ain't going to be able to understand
this.
this. When you read it, you're not going to be able to understand it. It's something, it's an act. All right. I'm going to show you something. For example, Michael Jordan. Why was he so nice? What did he do all the time? Practice. Say it louder, brother.
Practice.
Say it again.
Practice.
Say it again.
Practice.
That's what we got to do with this. Take this and put it to use over and over and over and over till you perfect it. Okay? God told Abraham, be perfect before me. Walk perfect before me. This is the only way for you to be perfect. A perfect human, a perfect man, a perfect woman, a perfect child. Our ideas of being perfect is not good.
That's right.
We just read the imagination of a man's heart. So what I'm thinking naturally in here is not going to be, it's going to be different.
That's right.
So now I have to start practicing these commandments and laws and how God wants me to be and how he don't want me to be, what to do, what not to do, what not to bring in my house, what to allow, what not to allow. All these things, it's a lot, ain't it?
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot, ain't it? But it's worth it. It's a reason why the whole world don't do this.
That's right.
It's a reason why.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Within their hearts that God created, all your hearts, all these hearts, all our minds, he sees the flaws in the creations. Everybody is created with flaws. Since Adam, and Adam ate of the tree.
That's right.
We were all born with good and evil. Yes.
Both sides.
Nobody is born with all good and all evil. We're born with both sides. And the world leans towards the evil.
That's right. The world.
The world leans towards the evil. The pretty woman leans towards the evil.
That's
The
right.
rich guy leans, the rich people.
That's
They're not
right.
blessed.
They're
You
not
think they're blessed.
They're cursed.
That's their right. You're gonna make you happy for now. Because later, you're gonna pay for not doing this.
That's their portion. That's right.
That's the world.
That's right.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
That's right.
Okay? Now, once you get to accept that and believe that in your mind, because today it takes a lot for a person to believe. Back then, it doesn't. Abraham is a perfect example. God appeared to him and said, walk before me, be perfect. And everything God told him to do, he did it. Everything God said to him, he believed him. He said, don't worry about that. This one's going to be good. You're going to have another son too, and this one's going to be good. And look, man, you're going to have children, a whole nation come out of you. And he believed him. He said, all you got to do is just do what I say. Do what I say. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And he believed everything that God said.
And it was counted.
And
as
God
righteous.
said, wow, he looked in his heart. He said, this guy really believed me 100%. He said, this guy's on his way. This is the
Right.
beginning of the righteous path. Because once you believe what you read, you're going to do it.
You're gonna do it.
It sets fear and honor in you, and you're going to do it. So they didn't meet with bread and water. They came out with swords. And also he said, what? When you and another reason, 2 reasons. He said, because they hired against you, Balaam, the son of Beor, a people of Mesopotamia. This guy was a wizard, a top-notch wizard.
Mm-hmm.
And he was powerful enough to curse millions of people at one time, not one person. See, they have ancient arcane knowledge back then, and even in evilness. Even in evilness, that if people had it today, they would be doing it.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying it. They're using technology.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be surprised. But back then, that one guy, Balaam, he was a professor in the college.
Mm-hmm.
They had colleges back then, but back then, their colleges, they teach witchcraft in that college.
Mm-hmm.
And he was the top professor there. So these guys say, look, man, these people, they live right next to us. They're setting camp up right next to us. And they were scared because they knew what happened in Egypt. Okay? God tore Egypt up. Okay? That's like God tearing America up. The whole world going, yo, you heard what happened over there in the States? Everybody going to be talking about it. So you was there, and it's because of you why all that happened. We don't know how. But we know whatever mysterious God you got is very destructive for you guys. But we don't want y'all here. But we don't want y'all next to us either. Yo, go call the wizard. Bring him here so he can stand on a mountain and overlook everybody and curse and pronounce a curse. But he couldn't. You know what stopped the curse? You know what stopped the witchcraft? You know what stopped it? Is because these people at that moment in time was correct with God. They were correct in their righteousness. They didn't have no sin in them because they didn't break none of the commandments. It was later on that they started breaking the commandments. Because God said, look, man, ain't nobody gonna bless who I bless. You ain't gonna be able to curse him. I turned the curse around into a blessing. And guess what? All those that the Moabite king, he wound up getting the curse. You know why? His lineage. He said, you, later on, your sons, your descendants, gonna get hit. Later on, hundreds of years later, David hit up those same people. He subjugated them. See, that's the protection you get with God. When you follow these commandments, man, you don't even need a gun. After you get to a level, you don't need a gun for protection. God will protect you. I know this for a fact. I've seen many strange things I cannot explain because God did it. Science is a no-no. God did it. God set the sun up there and said, give light in the daytime on the earth. And you set it up how it go, and it's been going like that ever since he said it. That's it. The power, his word is power. And how things come together, that don't mean nothing. That's just the action. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. All right. My mother told me, yo, I need you to hurry up and run and go to the store real quick before. I said, cool. She need me to get to that store, right? The process of me going to that store is not the mission. That's what they call science. See? Because God can easily tell gravity, don't be gravitized. Right or wrong. Mm-hmm. Okay? It's places like that in the planet like that. See, what you got to understand is the Most High God created all of this. Everything that you see within your lives that you experience. He is the author of it. He controls it. According to your behavior now is how everything will act towards you. So these people, their behavior was correct. No sin was found in them. So they couldn't mess with them. So God said, yo, man, we'll let you know, these people here, they hired somebody to curse you, and they didn't meet you with bread and water. So never let them in. They can't come in and say they want to be a part of you guys. But guess what? There were still exceptions. Even amongst what you call them? The ones who was wounded in the stone, the eunuchs. Ebed-Melech, he was an Ethiopian. He wasn't even an Israelite. He was an Ethiopian servant that was a eunuch in the courts of the temple. Mm-hmm. And he saved Jeremiah, the prophet Jeremiah. They grabbed him and threw him in a pit of mud, looked like quicksand, and he was sinking. And after a while, he gonna drown in there. And Ebed-Melech, the eunuch, the same eunuch, threw ropes down and got him out of there. And God said, yo, because you did this, and because you keep the Sabbath day, you good. I have an everlasting covenant with you. So God does have exceptions for ones that call upon his name. God has exceptions. Ruth was a Moabitess. Right. Right or wrong? Right. But just here he said, don't let them in, right? But her thing was different. You know why? She's the epitome of loyalty. She made exceptions for God. Yeah, she's the epitome of loyalty. You know why I say that? She told her mother-in-law, look, when you die, I die. When you live, I live. Your God is my God. Mm-hmm. God ain't gonna say, well, no, you can't join because God just hold no. He can come. Let that one come. He's different to all of them. Yeah. All of Moab don't think like that. The other girl, the other wife, she went back. The mother-in-law said, hey, look, man, I'm too old to get a husband and to get pregnant, to give both of you a son. It's going to take too much time. Y'all still young and lively. Go back to your family and your kindred, your religion, your God. That's your family. When you go back to your family, you go back to that God that your family grew up in. Yeah. That's why he told Abraham, get away from the family now, man. Okay? It's still love there and everything, but you live different. You can't be around them when they're celebrating certain things. Mm-hmm. And they damn sure ain't going to be around you when we doing this. Yeah. Takes a lot to sit here. Mm-hmm. Okay? And keep your mind on this. Right. It takes training. Yeah. It takes, and you know what the training is? Read during the week. We all got it in our phones. It's no excuse. Read one chapter a day at least. Start. You have to put a start. You have to break your spirits. Right. When you break that spirit, God will strengthen your spirit for holiness. You will understand yourself. Mm-hmm. You will realize certain things that you've been reading. Oh, wow, now I understand it. Mm-hmm. And it's been broken down to me so many, I still didn't get it. But now it come to me. But you have to break that spirit. It's not going to come with a deceitfulness in you. You understand what I'm saying? That's what had to happen to the people here. When they came out of Egypt, God had to put them through the ringer. He said, why did God do this to people? To break them. Break them so they can realize they're wrong. He's not going to come down here and talk to you.
Put you through it.
He got to put you through it. See, when we get put through things, it wakes you up. It wakes that part up in you. You say, wait a minute, man. Every time I do this, this happens. Or you start to see a pattern. You will realize, but you got to break this spirit. Just read, just start reading. That's all you got to do. You ain't got to say no prayer. You ain't got to do nothing. Read. For those who don't, start reading. Say, okay, well, hold up. Stop everything. Put the phones down. Because we're addicted to what's on those phones, man. Super addicted. You can't see yourself putting it down for 1 minute. And when people call, oh man, where were you? I said, yo, I wasn't around my phone. People don't want to hear that. Because every day, everybody's like this.
Take the phone with you, man.
Everybody's like this. I said, yo, I'm in my mother's house doing something. I put everything, I put it down. I'm in the house, I'm moving around. And people call, say, hey, man, I was calling you. I said, oh, I wasn't around my phone. They say, man, keep it in your head. No.
Tell me the same thing.
It don't keep it in my hand. I keep it in my hand long enough, and it always drop. That's why I got to be buying cases. It's not important. This is not important. See, it's training. It's training. And then what we looking at on the phone?
Foolishness.
Think about it. It's brainwashing you.
Folly.
It controls your thoughts.
True.
And it controls your feelings. Trust me.
20
Because
years
we see these things every day. If you see the whole world on here complaining about something that you like, in 5 years, you're going to be with them complaining.
Yeah.
I'm telling you the truth. I've seen it.
Repetition.
In all my life, I've seen how this thing go. You will be with the majority soon. Okay? Why? Because that's all you're entertaining. This is all you get. You have to make your own counter. God ain't going to do it for you. Effort. You say, oh, wow, now this one is putting up better effort than all the rest of them. We give him a boost. We take the boost. And you see him jump on that. That's how God works. Mm-hmm. Same way like parents do. Verse 5.
Nevertheless, the Lord thy God would not hearken unto Balaam.
God would not allow the curse. See, in that world, all that ghouls and demonics, all that. Everybody want to be a demon.
So that's how the curse works, huh?
Everybody want to be a phantom or a ghost. Nobody want to be an angel. Just think. All the music. Yeah, I'm on demon time. Nobody on angel time. Right. Why? Angels represent God, good. See where everybody head at? Too evil. This world is evil. Y'all don't see it until it happened to you. Or it happened in front of your face. And the evil in you will multiply. Mm-hmm. Trust me on that. I've seen like 4 or 5 generations of people already on this planet. And it got worse. Yeah. Okay? When I was growing up, my generation.
Faster rate.
Tattoos. Bro, that's for the rock stars that serve the devil. Yeah. A lot of stuff that they do, they serve the devil, those rock stars, those heavy metal bands, play the things backward, and you hear cryptic devil. They've been doing that. They got hip, they got all the hood people doing it now. You got the blacks right in it too, you got hip hop in it too, you got sports in it too. All your entertainment is coated with the devil. Straight up. There's nothing godly in it.
Nothing.
There's nothing funny about it. It's serious. But when you're about to die, you ain't thinking about nothing on your phone. You ain't thinking about your Facebook profile, your Snap, your Instagram. You're not thinking about, oh, this rapper said this about that rapper. You ain't thinking about none of that. Okay? Just think about it. We all die. Stop moving like you're not going to die. We're brainwashed, man. But the thing that we're supposed to be brainwashing with, we don't brainwash ourselves with. This is the counter. Time sheet.
But the Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing unto thee, because the Lord thy God loved thee.
God loved them because they didn't have no sin in them.
At a certain point in time,
That's when God loves you. Right or wrong?
That's right.
God loves you. God loves the whole world.
Suffering iniquities, love everybody.
God is long-suffering and he shows mercy to the whole world. The whole world is full of sinners. They do things that he hates, that get him tight, and makes him want to kill. You ever got tight? You want to put your hands on somebody? And that's how he feels with the whole world. Every day. Yeah. Every day. Every day. For thousands and thousands of years, it's been like this. That's what you call long-suffering. Okay? But there's a date and a time, all right? And an era in a generation when the long-suffering stops. Then what happens? His wrath. He's going to wrath.
Said he repented that he made these people.
Okay? No, that he made everybody.
Everybody. He made these repentant.
Sorry, man. I'm sorry I made man, yo. But look how you going to corrupt this-self.
Like it ain't out.
Now, it's in the generations. You can't get it out. Flood them out. It's still in them.
He's still ain't living
it's
around.
Still in them. So now, I go to Abraham, this one man in the whole world, I look at his heart, he will believe me. If I go to this guy, he ain't gonna believe me. I go to Nimrod, he hate me. I go to King Tut, he say he God. I go to the fat guy, Buddha.
You want a sandwich.
He want to eat.
You want a sandwich.
That's why he said, don't even mention their names, don't acknowledge them, don't have nothing to do with them, because they are no gods.
They are no gods.
They are no gods. There's
No
only
God.
one. Only one.
No God.
And people of this planet devise that one.
That's a fact.
They done made themselves.
Humans
Every human
don't want to do this.
Every human.
Everybody. Every human. And this has been going on for years and years and years.
Generations.
Okay?
Yeah.
So the world ain't in a good fix.
Yeah.
Not at
And
all.
y'all can see the way it's going. Y'all see TMZ and all of that. Oh, wow, that's crazy. They do that now? And it's accepted?
Head tap. 5 minutes.
Think about it, man. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity all the days
He
forever.
said you don't want to even be peaceful with them. It's on site with these guys. You don't want to get married into them. Don't let your sons, your daughters marry into them. Mm-hmm. Don't do no business with them. Mm-hmm. You don't, hey man, how you doing? You don't even ask that. Mm-hmm. Because that's their prosperity and their welfare. You don't care about them. That's your sworn enemies. You know why? Because when your back was turned, he had to sniper on you. And because you go with me, I clipped him. And I put something on his generation that when he's dead for 1,000 years later, his son gonna get killed by one of my servants that come from you. Tongue sheet.
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite.
Now, Edomite, everybody says that an Edomite is the white man. False. Edomites come from a man, Edom, Esau. Esau is the twin of Jacob.
Two brothers.
The description of how he looked in the Hebrew, he's light-skinned, like my man right here. Red. Admoni, that skin color, reddish. Yeah.
You red.
David was your skin color. Okay? Solomon was your skin color. Esau was your skin color. But the difference with Esau is he was hairy. They're not talking about, oh, that's the redneck down there. No. This guy was Bigfoot hairy. He had hair, all right, for his mother to take goat hairs, the skin of goats, which is, the skin is here and the hair will come up here. It's shaggy and thick. That's how his hair was.
He was hairy.
You would think he was Bigfoot or something.
He was hairy.
He's not the white man. He's very, very hairy and red. That's the description. Okay? But for those who still think the white man is Edom, God said don't hate him. Abhor means to hate, to be odious, to be disgusted with, to look at as an abomination. That's what abhor means. So he said, don't abhor the Edomite. You You can't do, you can do this to these guys, but even these guys, even though they be coming up against you and y'all ain't on good terms, that's your brother. That's your brother. So it's a limit, regardless of what. With your brother, certain things don't go. There's a limit to it. Mm-hmm. Because that's your brother. Dude said, look, man, nah, man, that's my brother still, man. Yeah, but he on the other side said, look, man. He said, look, I'm not going because I don't want to face him. Mm-hmm. I don't want to fight him. I don't want to because it's going to be a duel to the death. Mm-hmm. He didn't want that. He said, God said, look, man, don't have no hatred for Edom because that's your brother. He said, don't hate an Egyptian. Now, we just finished hearing about how the Israelites got freed out of slavery from Egypt, how the Egyptians did them dirty, right or wrong. Right. But God said, see, this is why God said, follow his commandments, his ways, his statutes and judgments. That way we don't ride on our emotions. Because following this, because he said, all right, cool. But he said, yo, you don't hate Egypt because thou was a stranger in his land. You was a stranger in his land at one time, at one point. You was under him. He treated you bad, but he fed you. Did they not complain? Mm-hmm. Didn't they complain and said, man, we was better in Egypt? So listen. Don't go hating them now.
Must be eating good.
He said, man, we remember the leeks, the cucumbers, the garlics, the melons, and we sat by the flesh pots. They ate all day good. Regardless of the slavery, regardless of the hard rigor, there were good times there that they remembered. They said, man, we ain't got nothing out here. You brought us out here. But they didn't get it. They didn't get it because Moses told them, yo, God brought you here to prove you. He brought you through this wilderness here to squeeze you and get the best out of you or the worst. When you picking a litter for puppies, you pick the dumbest dog? Do you pick the one that's not attentive? No. You pick the one that's most attentive, that's eyes open, that look the most right or wrong. That's what God do. That's how God do. So he don't want you coming up weak over sinning you. And that's why he gave you these laws. And according to these are the people who Israel had to interact with, strange nations. Some of them treated them good. Mm-hmm. Most of them treated them bad. So God said, all the ones that treated you bad, okay, you can't hate Esau and you can't hate Egypt because that's your brother and you lived in his house. Plain and simple. He said you was a stranger in his land. Much more so, I lived in your house. I don't live there now, but I lived there in your house 20 years ago. Guess what? You can't do nothing for me to get mad at you. Whatever I wouldn't let nobody else slide with, I'm going to let you slide. Right. And I'm back down. You know why? Because I remember when I needed something. I needed help. I needed a place to stay. This man's the only one that considered my well-being. Yeah. Oh, man, but when he had me in the house, he was doing this and this to me. And so, yo, see, and this is why God say, yo, you got to put that to the side. The same way you got to put stuff to the side, how you feel when your mother and father get on you and say stuff and do stuff. It's the same practice. So I can't forget what this man did for me. Oh, no, leave him alone. Yo, man, but leave him alone. He did something for me you wouldn't do. Right. Leave that man alone. And this is what God is saying. Because you was a stranger in this land, don't hate him. Leave it alone. I regulated him already. God visited. Visitation means he put a curse and pronounced a curse on the land of the people and destroyed them. Time sheet.
For he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou was a stranger in his land. Mm-hmm. The children that begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord. And
they could come in. The children that are begotten of them could come on in. Not Moab and Ammon. Okay? So an Egyptian could come and serve God. Mm-hmm. Okay? An Edomite could come serve God. Now, anybody could come serve God. You can't look at the skin color and say, "Oh, no. Leave that alone." The man circumcised, the son circumcised, pull up.
He's a white man. He is not God's people.
You ain't God's people. Where's your lineage? Where's your lineage? Show me your lineage that goes back to any of these 12 tribes.
That's right. That's right.
So stop it.
That's right.
These people got spread out all across the world to all nations.
Talk about
So we are everywhere. Anybody of any skin color is going to come and say, "Hey, man, there's something about this I'm attracted to."
Yeah.
He could have been one of them that got scattered off. When we got scattered off, we died off. The little bit that was left got scattered and died. The men that was left married women, Egyptian woman, Greek woman, Roman woman, Babylonian woman, all types of different women, and had half Israelite, half Babylonian. And then that half Israelite, half Babylonian married another Babylonian woman, and that child is full Babylonian. That's how it went down. So God said, I dispersed them. I scattered them. I spread them through all the families of the land because of what they did here. And I warned them that if they don't do these commandments, I'm going to kick them out like I kicked out the Canaanites. And then I told you, kill them all and wipe them out. You took them in and had children with them too. So y'all all corrupted up now. That's where all those Canaanites got mixed in with Israel. And Philistines and Ammonites and Moabites. Mixed it up. He says, since y'all want to mix up, scatter, go, disperse, and die out. So anyone can come and do this.
A stranger will not follow.
Did he say,
my people shall hear my voice?
A certain nation will not follow?
My people.
Did he say a certain color of people will not follow?
No. You don't follow. You don't hear his voice. You're a stranger.
You're a stranger, automatic. No matter what color you are.
No matter what color.
Where you come from.
No matter
where
what
you was born.
That's a fact.
Okay.
That's a fact.
Sounds you.
Big facts.
When the hosts among you, when the hosts are called forth against thy enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing.
This is for when rules for when they went to war. They're about to go to war. And you know you're about to put in some serious work. You know, sometimes you got to put in work. It's best for you to keep your hands clean. This is for the men. You know what I'm saying? Certain things you stay away from. You don't even sleep with your woman. You don't even want to get unclean. Because you know once you sleep with your woman, you get unclean.
God ain't gonna be with you.
You know what I'm saying? So in this stage,
say it again.
So once you lay with your woman, you unclean automatically.
God ain't gonna be
okay. And you can't go to war like that. So he said, keep yourself from every unclean thing. Another part, it said wicked thing. I read one part where it said unclean thing, and this part said wicked thing. It's all the same. Stay away from everything. Stay correct. He said, because you about to go to war. He said, because you going to war, keep from every wicked thing. He said, if there be among you any man,
that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chance of him by night.
A chance by night is an nocturnal emission.
Got right in your sleep.
A wet dream.
He got right in your sleep.
You know what a wet dream is. All right? Woke up, his pants is wet and everything. Now, this happens while they're out there in the war. They're camped out in the trenches. At dawn, we're going to see the enemy.
And you don't remember the
I woke up. Oh, wow. I had a wet dream. Now it says, if this chancing him by night, because it's called a chance by night, because it can happen at any given time. It says, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. I got to leave the camp. Where the war camp is at, I have to get out of that whole area. I can't be around you guys. I got to leave the camp area. That's only when we go into war, though. Okay? When I leave out of that, I got to stay out there. Okay? While I'm out there, I stay there until the start. See, the sun's still up, but it's about to drop. It's going down now. That's evening. Evening is not dark. It's still light. The sun is real low. Where your shadow is real long. You ever seen certain part of the day, when the day is about to be over, your shadow is real long.
Halfway up the block.
So when the shadow is past,
halfway up
that's
the block.
evening. And it takes from that, within 20 minutes, that whole process of time. Nah, it's more than that. It's more than 20 seconds. It's more than 20 seconds. But within that half an hour,
then that shit,
it's gonna get dark. it gets darker and darker and darker and darker.
Fast.
So when that time comes, oh wow, the sun is about to, then I go and I shower from head to toe. I can't leave, oh man, I just got my hair done. Nah,
Just got my
head to toe, right?
That's right.
And then when the sun is down, when it's totally dark, then I could come back in the camp. I could come back. All right? That's because, look, he just said, when you go into war against your enemies, keep thee from every wicked thing. Just getting unclean. In that state, it's wicked right now. You understand what I'm saying? Any uncleanness, anything. Because it said, if you don't wash, you shall what?
Bear the iniquity.
There, you're going to carry that. That iniquity stays with you.
It stays
It
with you.
stays with your spirit, and you die with that.
Yes.
That's what you die with.
Yeah.
You die with your good and bad
You're
deeds.
Stay
clean.
on you.
You don't die with the money.
Nah. You die with that though.
You don't die with nothing you got here. All right? You go
Good time last
with
night, huh?
your deeds. That's what you take with you. That's what he said. You're going to carry that.
Yeah,
Since you
good
ain't
time
clear-
last night,
You had
huh?
a chance to clear it off,
Mhm.
but you didn't wash before the sun went down.
Mhm.
Now you're going to hold that.
Yeah.
So that's one on you. Okay? Then you do it again. That's another one. And now you're 30 years old.
Every
How
day.
much sin have you piled on you? That
Uh-huh.
one sin.
Mhm.
Never mind the rest.
Mhm.
That
Never
one
mind the
sin,
rest.
You got
That
one
one
drop left
sin.
in your cup.
30 years.
For 30 years.
You got one drop left in your
All
cup.
right? Think about it. Tell she.
Then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be when evening coming on, he shall wash himself with water, and when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again. Thou shalt have a place. Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, where thou shalt go forth abroad.
Outhouse. Outhouse. That's the bathroom. That's away. Out of the area. Outside of the boundaries.
Mhm.
That way, if somebody has to ease themselves, that is not in the circumference of the camp. Township.
And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon. And it shall be, when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith,
Mm-hmm.
and shalt turn back and cover that which cometh from
You
thee.
got to cover that up. You see dogs, see cats, what they do when they finish eating themselves. Even if there's no dirt there. You know, this sidewalk. I see the dog turn around and still do this.
Yeah.
The habit
And
is
then
that
walk off. It's a
God
habit.
put that in
It's a
them.
habit
He
to
put
cover
that
it.
instinct in them to cover
these
that
things.
up.
Yeah.
He don't want it all over the place. So you out in the woods, there's only one place to go. So you go out there, you got your paddle on your weapon called an entrenchment tool, and you dig. Use yourself, cover that which cometh from you. He said, what? He said, for the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp. At that time, he said, yo, I walk amongst y'all. Y'all ain't even gonna know I'm there.
Right.
I'm in the middle of your whole encampment, your war camp. I'm right there with you to hold you down in battle. He said, man, if I see that, man, okay? He said, to deliver thee and to give up thine enemies before thee, therefore shall thy camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in thee, and turn away from thee.
Mhm.
So that's another way. Even in
Same
war,
God then.
same God now, same procedures,
Yes, sir.
same order.
Yes, sir.
Whatever he didn't like then,
They ain't gonna like it
he
now.
ain't gonna like it now. He ain't gonna get used to it
Uh-huh.
like we do.
Uh-huh.
He don't like it now, and he ain't never gonna like it.
Talk about
He
it.
said, I don't want this stuff around. Okay, cover that up. All right. And you see people, everybody got dogs. Not everybody pick up after their dog.
Nope.
It's nothing to dig. We in the city.
Concrete jump.
So what people, I see people, they got a bag.
Poop school.
I see people with bags and a glove. And that's very considerate and very good. Man, everywhere you walk, you gotta watch where you walk. It's all over. Turn this corner from here to St. John's, you gotta watch it. It's a landmine of feces.
Mhm.
Okay? Everybody, it's a certain spot where everybody walks their dogs.
Mhm.
One guy says, man. I said, man, you know not to walk on that side of the street. God don't like it. But you see, the whole world is like that. The whole world is like that. The bathroom not supposed to be a part of this apartment. It's supposed to be outside.
Mhm.
But we live in the city. Plumbing, this, that, there's no way that's going to be outside. But in the country now, in the old days, it was an outhouse. It was out. You go out to use the bathroom. Right. Deep in the night, you got to use the bathroom. You got to go out there.
That's a fact.
Shower, you had to go out there. That's how it was back then. This modern stuff, nah, a lot of it is no good. A lot of it is no good. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master.
This guy escaped from his master. Doesn't matter what reason. Well, what's the why he escaped? It doesn't matter. God said, yo, man, this guy is running from his master.
Don't deliver. Don't
he said,
attach them.
He shall dwell with you, even among you, in the place which he shall choose, in any one of thy gates, cities, in any one of your cities, where it liketh him best. Thou shalt not oppress him. Don't mess with him.
Well,
man, he can't come up in here, man. This dude's he's running from no. Mind your business. God said he could pick any city he want and stay there.
Yeah.
The only one that can come do anything or say anything is his master.
That nigga hot as fire.
Back then, he's hot. God said, leave him. Leave him.
Niggas
God has a heart for people in certain situations. You know what it is to be running? When you got somebody after you, when you a fugitive, you got warrants, or you got a bounty on your head. Dudes put 10,000 on your head, hit you up in the street. That's why he said, man, Cain said, this is too much for me, man. He said, I ain't got nowhere to live, and I'm running. I don't have nowhere to hide. I'm a wanderer and a fugitive at the same time. He said, all right, cool, I'm gonna hold you down, put this mark on you. The dudes ain't even gonna peep you out. You'll be able to slip and slide. But one day you're gonna get caught out there. But if he ain't put that mark on him, he'd have been dead. The first person seen would have hit him.
First 40 years.
He lived for a long time. He even built a city. He even built a city. Okay? Before, look, the Garden of Eden was placed where? In east of what? Eden. Where's Eden at now? You don't know, won't ever know. The planet changed over the course of time. The continents today were not there back then. Okay? He said he took the garden and he made a garden. We don't know where he made it at. He made it. It wasn't on the earth yet. He made the garden and said he placed it. I take this water and I place it here. I made it over there. I placed it here. It's like you all right, I've been helping my imam decorate the house and certain stuff, right? And she said, well, look, put this up over here. Put that there. Put that there. That's how God made the heavens and the earth. He created it, and then he put it in this place. He created the sun. The sun says, okay, now you put the sun here. You put the moon this far away. It's too far, no good. Too close, no good. That's the wisdom of God. That's the creator. That's how he did this. So he knows all of this stuff, man. He knows. So he's the one that protects. Okay? Don't doubt nothing that you read in here. Tell she.
He shall dwell with thee, even among you, in that place which he shall choose, in one of thy gates, where it liketh him best. Thou shalt not oppress him.
For some reason, God don't like when people oppress people. What is oppression? What do we mean?
Abusive authority.
Abusive authority. I have power. I have some type of power over you, then I can abuse that power and ill-treat you and treat you in a manner that is not good. And because I have this power, I do it. Okay, God don't like people who oppress. He don't want us to oppress people. Why? Because he got mad when it was happening to us. Certain things he said, look, yeah, they heathens, but don't do that to them either. You can't steal from them. Yeah, he's a heathen, he's evil. Yeah, but you can't go steal from him. Right or wrong?
Right.
You can't go and kill him without any cause. That's murder. Right or wrong? So I can't go and lay down with the man's wife. Oh, well, he don't serve God. He serve an idol. Yeah, that's how you Israelites used to think back in the days when I was a little dude, man. They was just coming into it. Okay? It was just coming into it. There was no generation before them that was doing this. They were the first generation. And I was there as a little dude, like his age, around these people, around these men and women. Okay? They dress like this every day. They dress like that and like that every day. That was the hard generation. What the Israelites don't, oh no, we don't do that. That's what they was taught. A lot of stuff Israelites don't do and say you don't have to do. They was taught to do it by God and their teachers. Yeah. Oh, this is my teacher. That ain't your teacher because you don't follow nothing he taught you. Yeah. I hate when I hear that. Yo, man, because Chief, my teacher. Yeah. Chief, not your teacher. He wasn't even here when he was alive. Don't get me start talking. That's why people come around, I leave. I will tell the truth. I will not hold my tongue back. I don't have to. Stop me. So to prevent that, I don't be around certain people because you fronting. He was not your teacher. Because you people come, you tell them this is how it goes, blah, 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 and then you hear what you taught them getting clowned somewhere else. That's why God kicked these people out. That's why, that type of mentality. Tamshi.
There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel.
The daughters of Israel are not supposed to be promiscuous. They are not supposed to be having sex, and they are not married. The daughters of Israel don't pick their husbands. You don't pick your man. Your father and your mother did, but then now we don't have fathers and mothers today. See how everything is out of whack? That's how it went down. That's how everybody got married. The parents arranged it because all the women came out of their father or mother's house. The society was different. You didn't need a career. You didn't need it. You didn't need to go to college. You didn't need it. That's what this system brings. It was different back then. Everything you learned was in the house. Your mother taught the daughters how to be a woman. The fathers taught the boys how to be a man and to fear God. They didn't go out in the world and get taught out in the world like we do today, like our children do today. Most of the evilness you got taught out there in school. Right or wrong, y'all? Come on. I know I ain't lying. I know I ain't the only one that seen and experienced evilness from a youth up. I'm talking generally in the world. Let's really be serious. This is not a game or a dream. The truth has been before your faces. Start acknowledging it. It's been going on since you stepped out, since you start walking. More people taught us evil than good. You know why? Because you've seen it and you followed it. Nobody sat you down and said, this is it. You've seen it, you followed it. Your heart said, I'm good with this, and you go along. Time sheet.
Nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel.
Now, the daughters of Israel are supposed to be virgins by the time they get married. I heard a woman say, what man want a virgin? Don't no man want a virgin. And the men are saying, are you crazy? The less kills a woman got is the more I want you. Y'all don't understand? He said, well, you got a lot of kills. He said, don't matter for me. I'm still different. He said, I can still be king. He said, I can still be president. I can still be that.
I ain't gonna be a hoe.
More women gonna want to be with me.
It's a difference.
What is it about this guy? You know what I'm saying?
It's a difference.
But you now,
I'm
gonna treat you a different way.
Yeah, because God put it that way.
That's just
Four
the way it
times.
is.
It's just the way it is.
Just the way
I'm
it is.
allowed to.
You still gonna be a hoe.
Look.
You not.
Look, we gotta work. We gotta work. We gotta risk our lives.
Yeah.
And certain things we gotta deal with as men that the women don't have to deal with.
Yeah.
But they want to match up with us.
You can't match up.
So now they're gonna get the same thing we get.
Knocked out.
That's what's happening today. We're the ones supposed to be protecting the
That's
woman
right.
and teaching the woman, and then the woman teach the kids. It's a structure. It's how you build a building brick by brick.
That's right.
That's the only way. Every other way, it don't work.
They got their own setup.
It don't work. I know. I tried it.
Getting no niggas, no wife. You ain't getting.
And I've been around people.
None of that.
I've been around. I don't travel. I've seen it. I've been around white people. I've been around blacks. I've been around this and that. And I notice in all relationships, if she don't agree with her man, if she buck her man, it's not gonna work.
It's not gonna work.
Whether it's right or wrong, no matter what the situation is, you gotta understand the dynamics of this.
Look like
Okay.
you know your peers.
God, let's go to Genesis real quick. Go to Genesis. Everybody else stay there. Go to Genesis. Go to was it 2?
Right.
Yeah, 2.
Everybody out of place.
That's why the kids are out of place.
Yep.
That's why the kids there's no excuse for none of this. All right? But that's why. Because the standards of the parents are not there no more.
Say it again, man.
And it's not there no more. One can't do it by itself. She can't do it by herself. Need each other.
Talking about, man.
And then I'm a man.
Women don't want the kids.
I'm a man. I've been around this world more than you. And I understand the precepts of life.
Straight up.
Wisdom gonna come to me first. Me and you walking, me and my woman walking. And I just say, forget this, forget everything. I'm gonna go get me a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich.
Yeah.
Okay? You want one too, boo?
BOT.
All right, we both got it, right? Who wisdom gonna come to first and say, get away from that? Me, the man. It's gonna always come to the man first.
Not the woman.
I'm sorry. That's how it is.
That's how God put it.
It's gonna come to the man. And I'm gonna say, you know what? Nah, throw that away, baby. What? But you said throw it away. She gonna look at you like you bugging, but she don't understand that God is working with you. So you gotta work with him. You can't work with God, baby. Work with me. Work with me. You work with God through me, because he made me a God. He said, ye are gods, but you die like princes because you made of flesh. Okay? That's why certain standards, certain things as men you don't do to put yourself in a certain position. There's no more men no more.
It ain't no anything you can do, I can do better.
Why is the woman masculine and the men
No
feminine?
such thing.
Is that correct? Is everybody comfortable with this?
Talk about it, bro.
Some niggas is. They could carry the strap.
The whole world's comfortable with this.
Because the world is cut off.
And they putting this in on TV,
cool.
and on everything. All the stuff our women look at, they're being indoctrinated.
The world is cut off.
And they can't rule because you're not a man.
The world is cut off.
It's hard for a man to rule.
The world going to hell.
Think about it, y'all. The children, they come out.
This
PT has had no perverted experience in his life. But he a girl. Yeah, tell me. Yeah, I was born there, but inside I'm a woman.
BT.
I feel I'm a woman. And over here, she said, I'm a dude. I should have been. What is going on?
The world is going to
Think about it.
Chemtrails on soap they bring.
If that cat come out here and start going, roof, 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 that's out of order, right? Is the cat supposed to be barking like a dog?
Man.
Okay. I'm not saying nothing wrong.
Man, Genesis 2, verse.
Where is that?
I know it's
The world is going
verse 18.
Down.
And the Lord God said, "It is not good that the man should be alone. I will
make her help me.
I will make him and help
He said,
me."
man, this guy, look. It was only Adam. It was only man in the cards. The woman was made because this guy was lonely. Think about it.
Yeah.
Well, she wasn't even been.
You're supposed to be my company. You're supposed to be my ride or die. You're supposed to be by my side, by my front, by my back, all the way. And guess what? I got you. I got you. I will kill and die for you. That's what a man would do for his woman. So you got to give it to him. Give him his authority, man. Let him lead. Let him be powerful with God. And you're going to be powerful with God.
That's right.
Stop. What, you want your sons to come up weak? You want your sons to come up accepting this?
Yeah, they do.
Y'all don't want to accept God. Y'all want to, the man. The man is the reason why you know this.
God said, let him rule you.
You know what? They saw. Give me my
He didn't
rib
tell
back.
us for her.
No.
Give me my rib
He
back.
told
So
Allow him
He told her,
to run it.
allow that man to run you.
And by
Give
the
me my
end, look,
rib back.
and everything will be okay.
That's
Right. It's beautiful.
You said it
It's
right.
going to work out correctly.
You said it right.
If you allow him to run it.
He didn't tell me.
He told her. He told her.
That's right.
Allow him to. Why? Because she ain't going to do it. If she don't want to do it, she ain't going to do it. Be a man. A show called Be a Man. Okay? I'm going to come out the book for a minute. See, I don't think it's all in the book. Guy is playing a pastor. The woman went complaining to the pastor about her husband.
Yeah, crazy.
He said, my husband, he not paying me no
He's
attention.
going out. Don't worry.
He
He's
out
going
with
out.
this one. He out with that one. You know what she said? She said, look. She said, look, you need to go home. Humble
Pastor
yourself to your
Swift.
husband. Just humble yourself. Because for him to be doing all of that,
Pastor
you ain't humbling
Swift.
yourself to your husband. That's a fact. She said, well, Pastor, I don't think I could bring myself to do that. That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's what the woman got to fight. The men know we got to fight. We got to fight ourselves. And the woman got to fight themselves too. That's a fact. We all fighting. We all breaking our spirit. I'm breaking myself.
Break yourself.
Break yourself. Come on, man. Everybody got to do this, man. Tell she.
And the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet. And out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field, and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof.
Okay, go to chapter 3 and go to
The part we
14, verse 14. This is after they ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. All right?
And the Lord God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle.
Yeah, because you tricked her. You knew what you was doing. You knew what it's your fault. Why the whole world is in sin now, and death is here, and destruction, and sorrow, and pain, and agony.
Mm-hmm.
That's why y'all open up the gates for that. So that now sin, now that you know what evil is, you're gonna do it, and it brings death. It causes sin on you and it brings death. Mm-hmm. That's why God said, oh, eat of it, don't touch of it. He said, in the day that you eat, you're going to surely die. But he ain't got to explain everything because you ain't, he didn't. He said, well, why didn't God? This is people now. See, when you question and you don't believe what you're reading, you come up with some idiotic statements. Somebody say, oh, well, why God didn't just tell them, don't touch it because it would do this. I said, do you tell that little child? Do you explain anything? All you say is, don't touch it or else. Right. He was like, oh, wow. I said, now, you know why? There's no explaining to Adam. He was innocent. He's not going to understand the concept of death and sin like we do today. Right. See our minds today? He didn't have that mind before he ate. Right. I can't explain that type of mind. Right. His mind was free. It was the knowledge of good and evil. So you get good and evil. So what he had before that? Right. Innocence. He had something beyond good. Yeah. To where he wouldn't comprehend even righteous acts. Yeah. Do you understand? He was something beyond what God had him in a state where all he had to do was just dress the garden and live. That was paradise. No worry in the world. Live forever. No pain, no sorrow, no death, no injuries, no gunshots, no cancer, no COVID. You have to worry about none of that. No fighting. No bow, 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 bow. None of that. No whoop, whoop, whoop. None of that. None of that. Let's think about this thing, man. All right? That's what brought it all in. Mm-hmm. Okay? And that's why I'm going to hit you up. I'm going to take your legs from you. The snake had legs. All snakes. You turn them around. They have little stubs. They move around like this. That's what used to be their legs. They got four of them. Snakes used to walk, just like the cat. He said, because you did this, I'm going to make you eat dirt all your life. You're going to slither and slide. And that, read.
Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life.
That's frustrating. You get your arms and your legs taken from you. How you gonna move? There wasn't no wheelchairs, none of that. None of that happened. None of that. You ain't forget about that. You gotta move on your own. So what do you gotta do? You gotta slide. Slide his belly and slither and slide. Okay, time sheet.
And I will put enmity between thee and the woman.
And I'm gonna put hatred between you and the woman.
Between thy seed and her seed.
She ain't never gonna listen to you no more. You can never trick her again. Because I put hatred between y'all, and I put hatred between all the other snakes that's gonna come out and all the children that's gonna come out of her. So that as soon as we see a snake, what we do?
Smack him in the head.
We go for the head. We go for the head. We really attack it. Like we ain't even scared of it. Because it's the hatred that's in us. And what they try to do, bite us. Most of the time they get you down here in the heel. He said, I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed, it shall bruise thy head, thou shalt bruise his heel. He said, unto the woman, he said, I'm going to greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. Okay?
Pain and shock.
Conception, when you conceive, you have children, that's when your body go through it. You know. Everything gets unbalanced. The body goes through a whole chemical imbalance, emotional imbalance. You eat. Now you're bringing it back up. The baby don't want nothing. Everything you eat, the baby bring it up. All this stuff. And you cry for nothing. You have weird tastes. I want to eat rubber. I want to eat Vaseline. I know, serious. I got kids. Women and mothers. I know. They've done weird stuff. I said, man, what are you doing? She wanted to smell gas. Danny, that's how Danny was. She said, we will. He said, no, let's go to the gas station. You know why she want to go to the gas station? So she could smell the gas. Children put you through it.
Weird stuff.
And look, you could die in childbirth. You could get diabetes having a kid. You could get sick while you're having the children. You and the children. Sometimes the woman get it, the child come out good. Sometimes the woman don't, and the child come out messed up. Sometimes both get it. All of that come from this. I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, because not all women bring forth children and lived. Who was that? Raquel. She's one of them. She died. And Eli's daughter-in-law.
Is it Tamar?
No. Eli. His son's daughter.
Eli, right.
She named him Ichabod.
Right. The glory of God.
The glory of God is departed. She died. When she heard the news that the ark was taken, she went into labor pain. News, bad news will make you faint. Good news will make you faint. It gotta be easy when you bring in certain people of a certain age, bad news or good news. It's devastating. Death, the news of death is devastating. It stings all over the world. And that's what happened when she heard that. Then she heard her husband die. Then she heard her father-in-law die. That was it. That was it. She lost the will to live, and the baby came out, and she died. He said, read, in sorrow thou shalt bring forth children.
And I will put enmity between thee.
16.
And unto Adam. And unto Adam said,
15. Go back. 15. Yours is 15.
Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. And thy desire shall be to thy husband.
Now,
shall rule over.
Now, ho. In order for a woman to allow her husband to rule, to have to accept that rulership, she has to desire him and everything he desired. Got that? That's why God told her that first. He didn't just say, let him run it. He didn't say that. He said, your desire shall be unto him and allow him to rule. Because that's how you allow him to rule. Okay? That's how we allow our parents to rule. We want the same thing they want. You got to want the same thing I want. Look, if I'm rooting for the Knicks, you better be rooting for the Knicks.
My desire is your desire.
It boiled down to, after a while, look. I see a husband was mad because the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. His wife was rooting for the Eagles. Okay? No, he was rooting for the Eagles. She rooted for the Chiefs. The Chiefs won. And she started celebrating. He got tight. Everybody else was packed. She happened. He said, yo, man. He just looked at her and said, yo, man. He said, all right, baby, all right. I'm sorry. What that young man mean?
What's wrong with you? You mine. You're supposed
to be on my side.
Yeah.
And then you rubbing it in my face with everybody else?
Yeah.
See? Now you see? It's real easy. Desire shall be to your husband. Now, if he was good enough for you to be with, he's good enough for you to desire, he's good enough for you to let him rule.
All right, then. Say it again, bro.
Or it's just a moment thing.
What's wrong with you?
Saying? If you're good enough to lay in bed with me,
What's wrong with you?
I can listen to you.
What is wrong with you?
I work on my stuff.
Damn alien.
But one, we physically together, we should be spiritually together and mentally together. Where's that connection at? The connection stops only with physical. We gotta come on now.
Connection in the pocket.
Look, and the man gonna be a little bit more easier. He gonna consider you
Beat time.
you his queen.
Come on, man.
You know what it is when you my queen, man?
Facts.
Let me spoil you.
Facts.
Let me spoil you.
Facts.
Allow me to do you better than you think you could be done.
Facts.
All you gotta do what God said.
Yeah.
And I will outdo any dude, and I ain't even got $1 million.
That's a fact, bro.
I ain't even got $1 million.
That's a fact.
God make it possible. God make it come. Man, he following me. She with him. Man, they deserve something. That's what I'm saying. It's a beautiful thing. Right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else is ugly.
Right.
Ugly. It's how beautiful it is for brothers, to dwell together in unity, meaning brothers that are on the same page, that agree on the same things. They come to the same decision. They move the same way. How much more so or less a husband and a wife?
Come on, man.
A husband and a wife.
Come on, man.
I see a pimp and this hoe have a better relationship than a married couple.
That's a fact. What is wrong
No,
with
but
you?
he's a pimp and she's a hoe. But
Him.
I only speak the truth.
What is wrong with you, man?
And you look at this married couple, he's a simp,
Chaos.
and she want to run the world.
You want to run
And she
everything.
can't take what will come with it.
What's wrong with you?
Tell she.
And unto Adam he said,
You, Adam, this is all your fault. At the end of the day, you the man. Everything starts and ends with you. You. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's still your responsibility. You're supposed to make sure that don't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Be a man.
Okay? Tom Sheet. He said, now, because you what?
Because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife.
Because you hearken to the voice of your wife. Because you listen to her.
You listen to your woman.
Okay? It has to, the only thing I can listen to from my woman, it has to be in agreement with God. Okay? He said, because you listen to her and has eaten of the tree, which I commanded thee, saying, don't eat. Meaning, I told you not to eat. You listen to her and eat. Because of that, right? The curse is the ground for your sake. The ground is cursed. This whole ground is cursed. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? In sorrow thou shalt eat of it all the days of thy life. You're going to have a hard time working that ground now. It's not a guarantee everything going to come up. And you're going to sweat. And you're going to toil. You're going to have to work now for you to eat. Because before, you didn't have to work, Adam. You didn't have to do nothing. You was in paradise. Everything was right there for you. Now the ground is cursed, meaning, thorns and thistles come up now. Different stuff is coming out the ground now. Okay? What they call that thing that make you itch? That plant that make you itch out in the woods? Poison ivy coming up now. Thorns of poisonous stuff come up. Stuff that stick and poke you. Venus flytraps. All these types of different weird exotic plants now. Dangerous plants. Mushrooms that had poisonous mushrooms. Okay? Certain berries you can't eat out there, right or wrong. All that came up when he said the ground is cursed for your sake. Because of what you did, I cursed the ground. Make it hard for you now. Make it dangerous for you now. It's not going to come easy no more because of what you did, right? He said, thou shalt curses the ground for thy sake, and sorrow thou shalt eat of it all the days of thy life. He said, thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee. I know somebody that go to court a thorn in his finger, had to go to the hospital to get it out, man. And they had a hard time getting it out because you can't see the x-rays. Don't come up on the x-rays. And that thing is painful, and they are poisonous. They could give you an infection and make your finger grow up like this. Top sheet.
In the sweat of thy face shall I eat bread.
You're going to sweat. You're going to work. Okay? You're going to eat. You're going to work. You're going to do something. Ain't no more laying around getting nothing. You're going to get up and do something. Go out there and work that field. Top sheet.
Till thou return unto the ground. For out of it was thou taken, but dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return.
Now, what Adam got is hard. You know why? Because as men, we use our bodies up quicker than the woman. Our bodies get used up, okay, in the course of life. That's why most of the time the man die before the woman.
Mm-hmm.
By the time a man done got his insurance and everything ready, he ain't going to enjoy it. He gonna spend his whole life working, saving, pension, this, that. By the time he can sit down, he an old dude, ain't got too much to do. They ain't got too much around the left.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually how it go. That's why everybody has their part to play. Give that man his honor, because he set all up. All men do that, except they how he say, I know Abraham, because he gonna command his household.
Mm-hmm.
All men command the household, unless they got a different type of woman that they can't handle, you know. Top shit.
And Adam called his wife named Eve, because she was the mother of all living. Unto
all
Adam also and to his wife, that the Lord God made coats of skin.
There was no other woman there. That's the first man and the first woman on this planet, on this region called Earth. Okay? Whoever comes up and say he had another wife, or there was people before them, ask them the origin of this information. And I guarantee you, it will be false. Whenever you hear words like folklore, legend, the legend has it, word of mouth, that means word of mouth. That means it's not true. Anytime you hear folklore, like meaning folks, lore, L-O-R-E, lore means things that may or may not be true.
Made up.
It's made up and passed around, and as it's been passed around, it's been changed. That's what lore is. Okay, it's not an actual fiction. It's not actual canon. You know what canon means? Canon means this happened. For example, the Queen of Sheba went to go see King Solomon to see how smart this man was, right? She wound up seeing how smart he was, and she blessed him and blessed God's name and everything and brought stuff. And boom, 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 boom. She asked him riddles. She asked him why sayings, and he knew everything. He was able to answer stuff nobody else could answer. And she said, yeah, I had to come here to see myself. That's why I came here. I didn't come here to have sex with you. But in other stories, in other books,
she left with Menelik.
Okay, if one story said that Solomon tricked her, so now it's one other one says she tricked him, and they lied down together. And they had a son. It's all false. It's not in here, so it's not canon. Canon means facts. There's stories about Moses that's not true. Mm-hmm. There's stories about these people that is not true. If you don't read it in the King James Version, 1611, that's the Bible you buy. Do not buy no other kinds modern Bible. It has to say translation. The year 1611. Anything after that has been modernized. They change it. They change the words. Mm-hmm. They change it. Even now in here, they changed. They changed murder to kill. They said thou shalt not murder. People say, thou shalt not kill. No. You ate chicken today, right? Yeah. It got killed. You kill animals. You stepped on a bug. You swatted a fly. You killed it. Mm-hmm. It don't say thou shalt not kill. Mm-hmm. Somebody come to kill you, and you defend yourself and kill them. God gonna punish you now? He said, well, thou shalt not kill. I'm not supposed to do that. Thou shalt not murder. Okay? But that's the most that's in this version. After this, you got new versions and new stuff that turn and take you in a different direction. We stick to the 1611 version of the King James Version. And then you get a dictionary. Merriam-Webster, up-to-date, good dictionary. You get you a Hebrew dictionary. And you start reading it. Every word that you got here in English, look for it in the Hebrew and find out the definition. Now you're going to really find out stuff. Because that one Hebrew word covers a lot. One Hebrew word covers a lot of things. Tell she.
And the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us.
He's like us now. You know, good, you know, evil. He's like me. He's like you, angels. When he said us, he's talking to his angels.
Right.
There was no other people on the planet to talk to, but Adam and Eve. And the only ones that's up there with him was his angels. Not that guy that they keep putting with God. They keep coupling him up with God to throw you off, man. They throw you off, man. Dude. Yeah. This guy's Israel. But you gotta go, man. No.
Got on a diaper.
He couldn't save himself.
He ran him down.
Pamper wearer.
He got
ran down on.
Straight up.
He got spit on.
Walked him down.
Look. Samson did what? What Samson said? God, give you the strength just one more time. I can take these out. Why he ain't do that?
Revenge my eyes.
Why he ain't do that? In that story, when he was on that cross, there was a thief on this side and another thief on this side. On the cross too. Why you don't wear that on the cross? He ain't the only one died on the cross. They killed everybody on the cross. What made that special?
That story is a myth.
What made that special? That's how the Romans killed everybody.
It's gonna find bodies.
Made up.
And you know, guess what? The thief turned around. He hissed on. He said, "Look, man, you say you're God's son. He said, pray to God and get it." He said, "Get us out of here, nigga. Get us out of here. Do something. This is the time for God to pop up. To pop up. He's God.
Do something for God's
Get us out of here, man. They're about to kill me. We're about to die.
About to smoke anybody.
So that's not God.
I'm told you stop.
That's a myth, man.
To water.
Okay? That myth has been modernized for this era.
Crazy.
All right? Before Jake, I call him Jake. Before Jake was white, he was black.
Yeah.
Okay? Before he was totally black, he was cream colored. He was any color of the people who worshipped him back then.
That's right.
The first Jake was Nimrod.
Yep.
That guy Nimrod that you read about, he started the base of Christianity, which is the Trinity.
That's right.
It's called the Triad.
That's right.
Before the word Trinity came about, it was called the Triad.
AKA a rock.
A host of three gods.
That's right.
Okay? One Father, one Son, y'all know the rest.
AKA the rock.
Okay? You see, ISIS is Mary.
Uh-huh.
It's the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
Is when you watch a movie, you see like a womanly figure in white. That's supposed to be Diana or Artemis of the Roman gods. Oh, no, all of them the same.
They just changed
They're
names.
all the same.
They're
just
all
changed
the
names.
same. Just different regions, different
They
people.
just changed names.
Different change name, but they all the same.
Same dude.
They all come from Babylon. Spread it to Egypt. Egypt took it and made 400,000 gods of everything. There's a god of crocodiles. There's a god of party. There's a god of this. There's a god of death. There's a god, and the god of death, to worship death, all you got to do is mess with your eyebrows. When you mess with your eyebrows and you shape your eyebrows, or you cut your eyebrows, or you pluck your eyebrows, when you mess with your eyebrows, you worshiping the dog of Egypt. There was a dog, a jackal.
Yeah, the jackal.
There's a jackal, okay,
Jackals.
of Egypt. That he said, and he had a jackal head. I can't say his name. Human body with a jackal head. All right. This is where this stuff comes from. Okay. And the people who worship this, that's what they did in honor of that God.
So when I shape my eyebrows or pick them,
You worshiping ancient Egyptian God. No difference.
I got you.
This is why we have these laws. Everything that God tell us not to do is worship to the devil.
Worship to the devil. That's right.
Plain and simple. Those idols, all
right.
that is devil.
That's right.
It's worship to the devil.
That's
That's
right.
why God gave. He said, "Look, I give you guys. You guys is the only. I'm gonna make you holy."
And that's what you do.
Okay.
Worship the devil.
That's what is gonna make you not be like everybody else. And the same thing today with us if we follow these commandments. If not, say it. Go ahead.
If you got a tree in your house, you worship the devil.
Okay.
That's right.
All you gotta do is break one, or do something that they do, or celebrate something that they celebrate.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, go back to where we was before. So
Deuteronomy 23.
Worship the devil, woman.
that's what this game is all about now.
Yeah.
That's how it started, and this is how it's going to end.
Worship the devil.
That's what's taking over. He said the whole world is laden in its iniquity.
Right.
Woe to the world and them that dwell there.
Dwell
Who
therein.
dwells in the world?
Us.
Thus saith the Lord God, my right hand shall not spare the sinners. Time sheet.
Deuteronomy 23,
Mm-hmm.
verse 19.
Mm-hmm.
Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother.
Man, don't. I come to borrow something from you, man. You want to tax me now. Usury is loan sharking. I can't do that to my brother.
23, verse 19.
Okay? We borrow and trade with each other, right? But now, you borrow 100 shekels from me. And I charge you extra every day. So by the time you come back to me, it's more than 100 shekels now. That's loan sharking. That's what the Italians used to do. That was their form of extortion. Dudes like, yo, man, but I only give you. Oh, all right. When they see the goons pop up, they're like, oh, okay, here. And they pay up. That's how they got rich. By enforcement, and they give you a charge, and then when you come pay the charge, they say, no, you owe 25 more. Oh, I'm going to break your teeth. They pay. You know, back then, we didn't have police, snitches, and cameras like that. So they got away with that evilness of you know, bullying people, strong arming, oppressing people. Some shit.
Extorting.
Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother. Usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury. Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury.
Outsider, one that don't serve God.
One that don't serve God. That's right.
They don't want to. Come see.
But unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon
You
usury.
can't do that with your brother. Certain things you do, God don't care what you do to this guy here. Your brother doesn't have to be your brother that came out the same mother, same father.
Right.
Your brother is because you serve the same God.
Right.
That's what makes you one. We agree on the same things. Okay? So that's what makes him your brother. So when it comes to this, you know what? Yeah, but you know what? You got a mouth on him, but you know what? I'm gonna just distance because I can't deal with him. I gotta deal with these guys. I'd have been quiet him. Not because I quiet guys.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Yeah.
They quiet quick. It's dark and quiet. I can't do that to you.
Can't do that to you.
Come on, man. I'm gonna be there. I'm not gonna come aggressive with you. You know what I'm saying? That's why we don't look at each other. Oh, man, that's my brother. He ain't gonna kill him. He'll kill him with you. But we are familiar with each other. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes when people say, I say, you know what? Let me go talk to him because I know he's gonna kill this person. And people cry out. But that's how it's supposed to be. We don't do that to each certain things we don't do to each other. Some shit.
That the Lord thy God may bless thee in all that thou settest thine hand to in the land whither thou goest to possess it. When thou shalt vow a vow unto the Lord thy God, thou shalt not slack to pay
A
it.
vow is a promise. That's it. You don't have to say I vow or I swear or I promise. Just say it out your mouth, what you intend to do, what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, whatever. You have to keep that vow now. The man, you got to keep that vow. Okay?
Right.
If his wife make a vow, he can break that vow. He can say, nah, don't make that vow. No good. He can make it void.
Man.
If his daughter make that vow, he can also do the same.
Man.
But with his son got to hold that vow.
His son got to hold. Man.
Because he's a man. Yeah, but that's my son. No, you on his own with that one.
Man.
Why do you think Paul used to tell us, watch what we say out our mouth concerning God and his laws?
Right.
Because now you're binded. Right. And if you mess around, you're going to die. That's what he said, right or wrong.
Right.
And we saw examples of that. So when you vow, you say something. Look. If I say I'm going to kill somebody, I vow to kill somebody, I got to do it. If I don't do it, that's sin. That's whatever comes out my mouth, I have to perform and do. So
face off.
You got to be easy with your emotions.
Yep. Got to control that.
You got to control.
Got to control that.
Because our emotions control our mouth.
Yep.
Right or wrong?
Yep.
Come on now.
Right.
Yep.
Our emotions control our mouth.
Yep. And just because of that, my face coming off. Thirsty. Face off.
He said, thou shalt not be slack to pay it, but the Lord thy God will surely require it of thee. You know what I mean? God coming for that. You owe, and he's coming and require it of thee. You're going to pay for it, Tamshi.
And it will be sin in thee.
Mm-hmm.
But if thou shalt forbid a vow, it shall be no sin in thee.
If you don't vow, you good. You good.
Mm-hmm.
So that just tells you when you say something, be prepared to fall through water. Like the man said, yo, I already swore and I can't go back.
Right.
I can't go back. That's why Samson he said, man, I gotta keep my word. That was the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they cheated,
Yep.
I gotta still keep my word. But guess what? I ain't never gonna play that game with him again. See, God, look, these are the things, these are the pointers with God that you get. Because when we was reading, I said, look at that. And he did it. He said, okay, I'm gonna keep my word, but y'all ain't gonna like how I keep it. When he got 30 Philistines, killed them. I said, y'all, all right, now I kept my word here.
Yeah.
I gave y'all 30 here.
Y'all play games.
Yeah, since y'all want to play games, I'm gonna keep my word, but you ain't gonna like how I keep it.
Bobby, 30 of y'all hands.
Keep y'all. And keep y'all. Yeah, here you go. Now
He
30 of the men is dead.
He ain't say where you get the job from. He just say gonna get him some
Never said it. That's why you don't talk too much. You don't let your enemies know what's on your mind. Okay? These people, man, everything they did, they were meticulous. You know what that means? Careful, circumspect. They said, be circumspect with who? With you.
Uh-huh.
You be careful with yourself, how you think and what you do and how you move with this. Because it's real easy. It says, be circumspect in yourselves, that you say not in your heart. Just certain things you say in here. You don't have to voice. You know, look, what you say in here and the stuff go on in here, it's like a movie in front of God. It's big. It's projected.
Mm-hmm.
He said, look at this. Look at what he's thinking. When the people built that tower, their idea was to go all the way up towards heaven to reach the realm of God.
Right.
Some Israelites, most Israelites, they said, well, how is that possible? Shut up. Because God said, God came down personally and he looked around them. They don't know he there. They working. They fixing it. He looked and he said, wow. He said, all the humans on this planet is finally united. Okay? What everybody in the world always talking about? Everybody come being one. God said everybody is one, but look what's in their hearts. Look what they imagine to do. It's nothing good. Why they kept together? He said, oh, all those black people need to stick together, come together. No, you don't want that.
Nah,
You don't want that.
of course not.
Everybody ain't the same, man.
That's a right.
You got spies.
Right.
You got all types of perverts.
Right.
You got a lot of people got to get killed off.
Black people.
I'm just talking about black people.
Yeah.
Let alone the whole world.
Yeah.
Like then,
Yeah.
that was the whole world. All nations was together.
Yeah.
Okay? And they said, let us build this tower to go there and go to war with God. I read in the Sweater Pickerfoot say, while they was making this tower, they got up there. God came down and looked and said, yo. He said, yo, and they're going to reach it. God said, God said, if I don't stop them now, man is going to reach the heavens where I'm at. Okay? God said it, so whatever you doubt in your head, you say, he just said that you, man, your ancestors was capable of reaching him on their own. So what he did, he said, he said, all I gotta do, see, they ain't advanced. Okay, all I gotta do is make us speak different tongues. That was it.
That's the hammer.
That was it. Now, man has made devices. Man has made devices. If you speak Chinese, I'm gonna understand what you're saying. There's a translator here.
You got translated.
We all got translators. Dudes be writing stuff. What the hell this guy was saying? Book translation, right?
Yep.
Okay, they didn't have this then. So when everybody try to unite again under this new world order, it ain't gonna be languages he hits you with. It's destruction. You see what's going on? Back then, he said, okay, boom, because you know what? They were still light in their wickedness. They didn't understand what they were doing. But God didn't kill them. He made them different languages and they forgot. But every man took a piece of that idea with them to their lands.
Yeah.
Everybody. And then the one that set it off was Nimrod. The one that set it off was Nimrod. He was the king he was the first king of the world, but he was the evil king. So what he did was he went to war with everybody that spread it out. And he made Nineveh, okay, Calais, Riblah. All these are in places what they call Iran and Iraq, okay? Where Iran and Iraq is at, that's where Babylon was at, all right? Yeah, the same Iran is ancient Babylon, all right? Tom sheet.
That which is going on our lips, thou shalt keep and perform. Even the free will offering. According as thou hast vowed unto the Lord thy God, which thou hast promised with thy mouth. When thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard, then thou mayest eat grapes at thy field.
Because I got a vineyard, everybody got a vineyard. Anybody could come back there. Anybody could come in my yard. There's no gate. You could come. You poor. You need to eat. You could come and eat. Go across the street. My friend, my neighbor. His people eating in his yard. That's what we did. That's why you didn't have beggars. That's why we didn't need welfare. That's why we didn't need food stamps. Who had looked out for who didn't have. You didn't have to tell them. Different mentality of people, ain't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Think about it. Now you got this system going on. We didn't need that. He said, your brother comes to you, man. Open your arms widely sufficient. You know what I mean? Give them more than enough. Give them enough. Or don't tell them, well, look, man.
Only got a little bit.
I ain't got it now. Come see me tomorrow. But you do got it.
Only got a little bit.
Yeah.
And Israelites do that to each other, man. I see Israelite brothers, man. I had millions of dollars, man.
Straight up.
Millions of dollars. This one got hundreds and thousands of dollars. This one got hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know what my father said, man? He said, no, all of them was corrupt. When the money came, everybody got corrupt. From the head on down. I ain't pay you. I paid my man, though. All my brothers got paid, but if you ain't my brother, you ain't get paid. Stuff like that was happening. And that's why God said, you don't do that with your brother, man. Pay him his wages, man. Look, today, I don't have to be your brother. If you don't pay me my wages, you ain't gonna have no business.
Straight up.
You ain't gonna have no business.
Straight
Matter of fact, I'm taking the business over. You see what happens? When you don't do a man,
that is
right?
lawful and right.
For what he worked for,
Yeah.
you know what it is not to get paid. What you work. Don't let me tell you, you put in work for years. You don't get nothing. You know what that does?
It hurts you.
Do you know what that does? That's a big disappointment.
Yeah.
Man, I got sacrificed. I toiled. I did this. I did that. I could be in a house. I could have bought a house by now.
Yeah.
I could have been good, but I sacrificed. It's not appreciated. That's not good, man.
Crazy.
That's not good. Proverbs 15. Not 15. Not bad. That was where I was at with you. Okay, 18. Whew. It said, through desire, a man having separated himself. Through desire. The only way you're going to want to separate yourself from what people do and everybody else doing and do what God say is because you have the desire to do it. Yep. Yo, man, yeah, I want to get to that place. I want to be like what I'm reading.
Yep.
That's desire, right? He said, when you have that desire, you are going to separate yourself from certain people, certain things, certain actions, certain events, certain stuff, period. You're going to be separated from it. You start being by yourself more, okay? Because not everybody's going to walk like you. You see? When you separate yourself, he seeks and intermeddleth with all wisdom. Do you know what that means? You know what the intermeddle? You know what intermeddle means? Yo, man, why you meddling in somebody else's business? But me, my desire is to separate myself. I'm going to meddle with wisdom. I'm going to meddle and mess with, and I want to be curious about how wisdom works. Right. That's what happens when you have the desire to separate yourself. You're going to start looking and seeking how all wisdom that comes from God. You're going to be looking towards that. It said, a fool hath no delight in understanding. A fool, to understand is to depart from evil. To depart from evil is, oh, well, you know what? Somebody dropped a 20 here. Let me put my foot on it. Am I supposed to do that? No. To steal it, right? Okay. But then something in me say, no, don't do that, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. And I pick it up and I do the right thing with it, right?
Yeah.
A fool, he got no delight in that. You know what the fool gonna say? Yo, man, why you ain't keep that 20, son? He gonna tell you that. Yeah. He has no delight in departing from evil. Because he ain't getting hit. I mean, this is what I want to do, but it's evil. But this is what I want to do. So if he departs from it, he ain't gonna be happy. He ain't gonna be happy. That's why my father said, what Paul used to say? He said, why am I the only one happy in here? Remember that? It's Shabbat, and I'm the only one pleasant in here. I'm the only one with a good. He said, tonight, all of y'all gonna be happy. I'm gonna be sad. But I understood that. He's in a different realm.
Yes, sir.
Soon as the sun goes down, everybody split go home. This, he loved this. And the reason why he loved it, because he put time in this for years. And you learn to love this after a while, man. He said, dangerously in love. She said, I'm dangerously in love with you, right? You come dangerously in love with God and his commandments to where if anybody mess up in here, it's dangerous for you. See what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
Because what? This is a God that don't play. One little mistake, somebody could die.
Right.
Somebody could die, curses come out. So that's why the fool has no delight in understanding. He look at it as, man, you a fool. You should have swiped that piece. Like, man, you know what? Nah, man, I don't do. Man, come on, Simon. Man, he don't want to get dirty. He don't want to. That's the fool. He said, but that his heart may discover itself. Fool had no delight in understanding, but that his heart may discover itself. All he want to do is do what's in his heart. Whatever he discovered in his heart, he move with it. That's the fool. Whatever she see in her heart, she move with it. That's the fool. Whatever you got in your head that's not in here, and you feel something against, you are a fool. This is what tells you who a fool is. Tom Sheep.
A fool had no delight in understanding, but that his heart may discover itself. When the wicked cometh, then cometh also contempt, and with ignominy reproach.
Look. When a wicked person come around, expect some arguing, some heated debates, some grand disagreements.
And steaming in the blood.
Now, I ain't talking to that person no more. Well, what's going on back there? Expect when this person comes, it's going to be an argument. It's going to be a fight. Okay, oh no, you know what, man? Nah, man, this guy's on the block, man. I'm out. Every time he come with some beef, with some problem, he get into it with somebody, right? He said,
Verse 3.
He said, then come in contempt. Because now I don't want to be around you. Contempt means you are in contempt of court. You are violating the rules and standards of this court. You are violating me and my circumference. I'm holding you in contempt, meaning, man, you. And that's what happens. He said, the words of a man's mouth are as deep waters. He said, man, certain people, you hear them say something, and then you say, man, that was deep. Yo, that's a deep brother, right? So when he says deep, because he go in explaining certain things further than the average person or a book or whatever, right? Something, he makes you think about something you didn't think about before. You always look at it this way, but he made you see the whole scope. He said, man, that's deep. Okay, he said, the words of a man's mouth are deep waters, and the wellspring of wisdom is a flowing brook. A flowing brook, or what is alongside of the flowing brook is brand new plants and trees. A flowing brook is fresh mineral water. That's what wisdom is. It will sustain your life longer. That's what wisdom does. Stops you from sinning, you live longer.
Yeah.
You will live longer. Sin is what we die because of sin.
Because of sin.
And because of more sin, you die earlier.
Yeah.
Time sheet.
It is not good to accept the persons of the wicked.
You can't come here doing that, man. You're gonna get the circle put on you, brother. You can't do that. That's how it goes. Certain places you can't go and do what you want to do. You can't come to my house and do what you want to do. Who do you think you are? Can I come to your house and do what you want to do, what I want to do? No. Everybody has rules, right or wrong. It must be respected and honored, or you can't come here. Yo, man, we don't allow signs, symbols, people with chains and images and crosses and signs, all that. We don't allow that in here. And if you don't like it, then you gotta go.
I'm gone.
I'll come downstairs in the hallway and speak to you. I'll come outside and holler at you. But you got the 6-point star on. And it's not the Star of David. It is a demonic symbol. Plain and simple.
Stop lying to yourself.
It is not the Star of David. Let me tell y'all something, man. Israelites today have taken on mad Judaism. Okay? The Old Testament and the commandments is not Judaism. Judaism is a European Jews took the Torah, which is the first 5 books, okay, and they tweaked it. They tweaked it. They modernized it to go along with the times. Okay? They tweaked it.
That's why you read it in Hebrew.
That's why we read it in Hebrew to get the whole thing. And we follow that. They don't go by that. They have different ways to go by these laws. Some laws they don't do at all.
Yeah.
Okay? Tongue sheet.
Ground beat.
No toll.
A fool's lips enter into contention, and his mouth calleth for strokes.
He said, only a fool. Well, he said, man, you got your seed. You see, you'd have kept your mouth shut. You wouldn't have had a gun in your face right now. You know how much people's mouth I've been mad
more than they could chew.
I've been trying to deal with people. I'm not a violent person. I'm a very understanding person. I consider people more than I consider myself. And sometimes that's my wrongdoings. People get over on me. The person that I consider, they wind up talking bad about me. Okay? I'm just saying yourself something. These people come around, and there's nothing good in their mouth. There's always something negative. Okay? It's always something. His mouth is going to call for strokes. You keep calling it. Oh, man, I can't wait for somebody to violate. Watch me. Those type of guys.
You smoke with the same
It's coming.
joint.
What you're looking forward to is coming.
You're gonna get lean with the same
If you
joint in
keep
your
talking
hand.
about this bad stuff and this negative stuff, it's gonna come. And
Yeah,
guess what?
you
You ain't
speak
gonna
it
be
into
ready.
existence.
And you ain't gonna be ready.
Nah, you're getting laid out with the same hammer.
What you said? Speaking to existence.
You speaking into existence.
Just remember one thing: we are gods.
That's right. You got the power
That's why
spoken
God
word.
say, "Watch your mouth."
You got the power spoken word.
Because a lot of time we say stuff, we tell the future because we're gods and we're in tune with the whole thing out here. We know the way. Okay? So sometimes you gotta watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. A lot of people got killed, dethroned, for running their mouth.
Yeah, they're gonna make you
I had to tell somebody
stand
this
on
week-
that.
I had to tell somebody this week, yo, there's something you was texting. And I read a text and I seen the text. I said that right there was a red flag. I said, son, what you said right there, you could go to the grave for that.
Yeah.
What this mean? What you mean by this? And he's what you mean by this? This right here? You gotta watch your mouth. You gotta watch your mouth.
Like this foothouse. Yeah.
You gotta watch your mouth. If you can say things out your mouth to offend God, I can say things to offend you.
That's a fact.
So watch your mouth. Yo, man, you don't want me talking a certain way, you don't talk to me a certain way. What you gonna get? What you think you gonna get back? Everybody ain't gonna give you a soft answer. Some of us are bitter, raw-edged. We're not made for that. Yeah, bitter and raw-edged. When you do good to a lot of people in years, and all you see is they do bad back to you, it makes you bitter.
Yeah, they get jammed.
Make you bitter.
Jamming.
Okay, so the next person that comes there, you get your whole life serious from that. You don't play with people, and you don't give nobody a chance to do it to you again. They say, damn, why he like that? Because you can't show, you take my kindness for weakness. You take my righteousness for weakness. You take my consideration for weakness. You take what I do here for weakness. I don't want to show you how hard I am.
I'm hard, like,
So, you know, because I'm going to go overboard and I'm going to violate. I know me. Black out. Can't use my head no more. I might hit myself. Yeah. So I don't want to go there, man. He said, oh, the anger of the Levites is real. We are Levites. Jacob cursed Levi and Simeon's anger. He said, don't let them commune together. Cursed be their anger, man. You know what that means? And we got to watch our anger. Our anger is deadly. The tribe of Levi, that's like I say, no, bring them here. Bring these guys here. Bring the killers here and let them be the priests. Let them chop up animals and deal with blood all day because they're going to kill somebody out there. They killed for me already. Bring them here and they're going to be the priests. They don't need no land. Their land is right here in the temple. You can't come in here. Matter of fact, you want me to accept you? Bring all your tithes and all your stuff to this guy here, the priest here, the Levite here. And that's how him and his family gonna eat. God had to set up everything set up perfect, good. We messed it up, and we still keeping it messed up, acting like we the ones. We not the ones, man. We far from that. And I have to say this to wake Israel up, because everybody thinks they're blessed.
No.
You have people telling you that God love you.
No.
God don't love you according to this.
No.
Right now, the state and how you live and how you move, he don't love you.
No.
All right?
No.
This is not the cross.
I don't love you.
Should be cursed.
Okay? We're not going to trick you. We're not going to deceive you and tell you no lies. God is
don't love
bad because you know better and you ain't doing better.
He don't love you because you were sitting in teachings today. Don't get it twisted, Johnny.
That don't mean nothing.
Don't get it twisted, Johnny.
What you do during the week?
Yeah. Talk about it.
What you do tonight?
Talk about it.
What you do in the morning?
Talk about it, bro.
What you do in your home?
Talk about
What you do when you go over
it.
there?
Talk about
You go over there.
it. Talk about
When you here.
it. Talk about it.
When you there.
Talk about it.
When you there.
Talk about it. Every day.
What you do in your house? Is this part of your
Talk
routine?
about
Is this at least part of your routine?
it. Talk about it, man.
Come on. What do you
Talk
believe
about
in?
it, man.
Whatever you believe in, whatever God you're going to believe in, you're going to go in all the way. Go around the corner tomorrow. You're going to hear him. Yo, you ain't even got to go. Say right here, you're going to hear him right here. All day. They praising their God. They have more devotion serving their idol dead gods than we do. What's up?
Serving the dude like this.
Ain't nothing wrong with our Most High God. We make him look bad, man. We're not representing him right.
Straight up.
We're not repping him right. A lot of us know better.
Talk about it. We all know
Of
better.
old.
We all know better.
We know better.
We all
We all know. Right?
we all
Okay. So do what you know.
we all know better.
Whatever you know right now that you're supposed to be doing, and you're not doing. Do it now.
That's right.
Exactly.
Man up.
And that's how you break your spirit.
Yeah.
You're going to have to get mad at yourself to follow this God.
Yeah.
You're going to have to get mad at people to follow this God.
Yeah.
Let me tell you the sacrifice you're going to give up, man.
Yeah.
All right? All right?
Yeah.
You're going to give up a lot.
Yeah.
And say, man, I don't need that.
I'm not even dealing with you no
I'm
more.
not dealing with this. I'm not dealing with that. I don't even, I did that already. And it is what I got.
Crazy.
What I got, man.
That's crazy.
But I got God.
Yeah.
God told me try him. There's great reward.
Great
And it's
reward.
not on this planet.
Great reward.
That's what I want. This ain't nothing,
Don't
man.
Don't have to.
They'll turn on you, man.
Say it again.
They'll turn on you, man.
They'll turn on you, man.
They'll turn on you,
Turn on
man, for no reason. Why was Saul chasing David?
No reason.
He had an evil spirit. The evil
Evil
spirit,
spirit on.
right?
Yeah.
Everybody got evil spirits
Turned
now.
on him from God.
He will turn on you.
Turned on him for no reason.
Word up, man. This is not a game,
She
man.
will turn on
You've
you.
been playing around with God's laws too long.
Too long.
And he's still being merciful.
Word. And you still playing.
How many people don't checked out? There's people checking out, 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 boy. It's close.
You know
Time sheet.
better.
Time sheet.
The word,
Uh-huh.
the word of a talebearer,
Oh, it's
or his
wounds.
wounds.
Yeah, they heard.
And they go down into the innermost part.
They heard. They heard. Oh, man, this guy said this about you. Right? That's my man. That's my brother. That's my brother's friend. Whoa, I expect that over here, not from here. It hurts. It hurts, man. One more.
He also that is slothful in his work is brother to him that is a great waster.
Slothful means you're lazy. You don't want to hustle. You don't want to work. You don't want to do nothing. You don't want to do nothing. You don't want to paint. You don't want to pack bags. You don't want to do nothing. You know, you want to be big baller shot caller, but you don't want to start from the ground up. You don't want to be nothing. You're lazy. He said, he that answereth a matter before he heareth it, it is folly and shame. Let the man finish explaining what happened before you start saying stuff.
Yeah, okay. I do that too sometimes.
Let the man come and explain himself when he get here. You're riling yourself up. And you don't know if it's true. But by the time the man get here, he's already guilty. Ain't that the courts? Ain't that the courts? Ain't that the courts? Okay, you already guilty when you get up in there. All right. Shalom alaikum. The last day of Passover is Wednesday. Tuesday night. Wednesday is the last day. We're here again doing it, 11 o'clock. Okay? We'll be right here Wednesday again.
You breaking now?
Yeah, we'll Oh, they got you. They got you. They got you.
I got the garment. I got the
Bernard
garment.
style. Bernard style.
Bernard style.
Bernard style. This is how we supposed to do it.
Bernard.
Style it out, man. Make it look good, man.
This
Make
our
it look
wear.
good, man.
This our wear.
This our brand name, man.
Maccabees. Playing with.
Hold on.